Chapter 4111. Xin Xiang was very unhappy when he heard this and retorted, "If you guys didn't barge in, I would definitely be able to manage the world-defying stage universe well. What do you mean by I'm a variable? You guys are really baffling." Guanning already understood that the actions of the 6 clans of Life Soul were to suppress the newborn universes and control them. Towards the newborn universe, the 6 clans of Life Soul were filled with worry. Therefore, they had to control the newborn universe to prevent it from giving birth to a race that was stronger than them. When the world-defying stage universe was born, they immediately interfered. "I don't care what you guys do. In short, you have to compensate me now," Xin Xiang said. "Otherwise, this brat will be imprisoned forever, and I will still have to squeeze out his soul for my own use. I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, the 6 clans of Life Soul will pay even more attention to you. At that time, you won't be so carefree." Guan Yaoshan said, "We have never paid attention to you before, but if news of me being captured were to spread, you should be able to imagine the reaction of the 6 clans of Life Soul. If I let you go, you won't say anything when you go back?" Xin Xiang asked. "Of course, we can sign a soul contract," Guan Yaoshan said. "I can completely guarantee that your matter will not spread. The only ones who know about me are you, this woman, and the other 2 Baldies. One of the Baldies is also in the divine furnace. Although the other Baldies have left, it's still easy for me to catch him." Xin Xiang said. "That's where you're wrong." Guan Yaoshan sighed. "Although you are very capable, you are underestimating us too much. We, the 6 clans of Life Soul, have been able to stand tall for so many years. We are not as incompetent as you think. Do you have any other way to inform the 6 clans of Life Soul?" Shan Xiang had also thought of this possibility before. "Of course, as long as you continue to imprison us or destroy us, the 6 clans of Life Soul will know." Guan Yaoshan laughed. "So, releasing us is the best choice." Xin Xiang patted the world-defying God Furnace, then looked at Guanning and said, "Is what this little brat said true?" Guanning fell silent for a moment, and then she nodded and said, "We do have a way to let the clan know what happened here. It's useless even if you capture us. That's the special ability of our Life Soul clan, and it's able to transmit information between souls." Guan Yaoshan suddenly interrupted her and said with a smile, "To be more precise, we can send all of our souls' memories and thoughts back to our race instantly before we die. After many years, we will be able to create another life soul origin crystal." Xin Xiang was secretly shocked. Was this the secret of the life spirit race's immortality? As long as your soul is fine, you will be able to reconstruct your physical body and achieve rebirth. As for us, we can even regenerate our souls. However, it takes a lot of time to do so, said Guanning. "So it's best that you let us go." Guan Yaoshan said, "It takes a lot of time for your souls to be reborn. My guess is that it will take many years, right? So unless you have no other choice, you will not give up your souls." Xin Xiang thought for a moment, then chuckled. "All right, I'll bet that you guys won't use suicide to escape." His meaning was clear. He would not let Guan Yaoshan go. "As long as you let us go, we will pretend that nothing happened today. This will be of great benefit to you, as it can prevent you from being hunted down by the Life Spirit 6 clans." Guan Yaoshan sighed. The fate of being hunted down by the Life Spirit 6 clans is very painful. "That's exciting." Xin Xiang laughed. "I can't wait for them to chase after me. Otherwise, wouldn't my life be too boring? Also, your conditions are equivalent to threatening me, so I definitely cannot accept it." "Young Master Shen, then what do you want?" Guanning asked. "I want your Kuan clan to help me fight against the other life spirit race." Xin Xiang said, "The first step is to help me take back control of the sacred domain." "You're dreaming," Guan Yaoshan said. "Our Kuan clan is not crazy. How could we help you do such a thing?" "All right, you guys lured the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace into the world-defying stage. harming the lives of so many people here. Xinxiang suddenly reached out and placed his hand on Guanying's shoulder and laughed coldly. Little girl, do you know that blood debts are repaid in blood? Grandpa Shen, you need to let me go back and let me talk to the clan elders. Third uncle has too many things that he can't decide. Guanying was also afraid of being sealed in the divine furnace by Xinxiang. Guanying, you can't convince the clan elders. Guan Yaoshan said. My master is one of the clan elders. Guanying said, Third uncle, I must try. You did it to save me. Guan Yaoshan said, I don't want you to save me. I will pass back my memories and thoughts. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, the world-defying God furnace suddenly shook twice. Xinxiang also felt a strange power surging out from the pill furnace, but it only lasted for a moment. He looked at the world-defying God furnace and saw that there were 2 life, spirit, origin crystals inside. However, there were no memories or thoughts inside, but there was a very strong soul energy. This was equivalent to having 2 empty souls. The other bald man was also teleported back by Guan Yaoshan. Chapter 41:12. Guanying was furious. If she knew that the pill had such an effect, she wouldn't have eaten it even if she was beaten to death. After growing out a head of long hair, she immediately took out a sharp dagger to cut it off. However, just as it was cut off, it immediately grew out, only stopping when it reached his waist. Elder Shin, why are you doing this? Our Kuan clan has undergone a special ceremony the moment we were born, taking off our hair. This can cut off our worries and emotions. Guanying said, Now that I have long hair, how are you going to explain this to the clan elders when you go back? She also couldn't understand why Xinxiang's pill was so magical that it could control the growth of her hair. Even if it was cut off, it could immediately be reborn. When you go back, tell your clan elders for me that I, Xinxiang, will find them sooner or later to settle the score. Letting you grow your hair is your punishment. Xinxiang said, You guys let Heavenless Divine Palace and all Heaven Palace come. I only let you grow a head of long hair. This is already a very light punishment. It had to be said that after Guanying had this head of long black hair, she was even more beautiful and moving. Judging from her appearance, she was mature and full of charm. However, her eyes, which had no desires, made her seem refined and pure. The reason why Xinxiang kept Guanying for a few days was to refine this pill for her. He was also very satisfied with the effects of this pill, so he planned to feed this pill to the people of Kuan clan when he saw them in the future. Guanying had also tried to self-destruct her body just now, but after her rebirth, she still had a head of long hair. How did you concoct such a pill? Guanying could only accept it now, but he was still very curious. I was originally a pill refiner. The reason why the world-defying stage universe was born was because of a pill that I refined. Xinxiang laughed. My pill can even create a universe, let alone create a head of beautiful hair for you. It's not good at all. Guanying took out a mirror and looked at herself. Although she said that, she was still a little happy in her heart. She realized that she was indeed even more beautiful now. This was a kind of beauty that she had never seen before, causing her to look at the beauty in the mirror for a long time, unable to bear to look away. Go back. We should meet soon. Xinxiang said, All right, now that the space wall has become so strong, can you still go back? We have our own ways. Guanying put away the mirror, thought for a moment, and said, Grandpa Shen, you must be careful. The 6 clans of life, soul have their eyes on you. They will definitely reevaluate your importance. There will be a new round of seals targeting you. I was plotted against before, that's why I was sealed. It won't be easy for them to seal me now. Of course, Xinxiang had not been plotted against. It was just that his soul was not strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been able to break free from the seal. Guanying tied up her hair and flew away from the divine mirror of 6 paths. While flying high in the sky, she even took a look at the huge universe life soul. The universe life soul was still undergoing its tribulation. It had been a few days, but it had yet to end. Shan Xiang also knew that the universe life soul calamity was a mental calamity. He had experienced it when he entered the absolute saint realm. This made him feel that it was a coincidence. Not long after his tribulation, he had arrived at the universe life soul's tribulation. Furthermore, it was the same type of tribulation. Shan Xiang could only wait outside the tribulation area. If the robbery power suddenly increased by a lot, it would mean that someone had entered the tribulation area, and he would have to use the power of the divine mirror of six paths world defying stage mountain river diagram to sense it. He still did not know the specific use of the world defying stage mountain river diagram. He only knew that it could allow him to have a stronger perception. On the second day after Guan Ying left, the huge universe life soul gradually sank into the ground. The world once again regained its calm. The universe life soul had successfully transcended the tribulation. Shan Xiang was overjoyed and immediately returned to the Yanheng territory. Guan Ying's junior brother had previously told Heavenless Divine Palace and All Heaven Palace to behave themselves, but this wouldn't last long. If the universe life soul had successfully transcended the tribulation and was still hidden within the world defying stage, then All Heaven Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace would definitely think of ways to continue sending people to cause trouble. And now, the people outside the world in the world-defying stage were unable to leave the world-defying stage. After the spatial wall strengthened, all the passageways to the outside world were cut off. Right now, they could only barely maintain contact with the outside world. Shan Xiang let Lei Na out and returned to the Yanheng territory together. Lei Na had long been placed into the divine mirror of six paths by Shan Xiang. She did not know what had happened, so it was very long. Chapter 41:13. The transformation of the world-defying realm would at most change the laws of the world-defying realm. After the world-defying realm became rich in resources, it might even attract the covetous eyes of the sacred realm or the divine realm. It was unknown to what extent the world-defying realm's resources would transform to. After returning to the Yanheng region, everything was very calm. Originally, the attention of the All Heavens Palace and Skyless God Palace was focused on the universe life soul. But now that the universe life soul had disappeared, and when they turned their attention back to the Yanheng region, the bald man found the highest level of both parties in the world-defying realm and told them to stay in the world-defying realm and not to kill people everywhere. They did not know why there was such an order, but they wanted to leave the world-defying realm more. Originally, they came to the world-defying realm to kill people. After all, this was 10 days of hell in their eyes, and they could eat the people they killed. The Skyless God Palace wanted to build a base here and control the entire world-defying realm. But now that the world-defying realm had become like this, they dispelled this idea. When the people of the All Heavens Palace and Skyless God Palace wanted to return to the sacred realm, they found that the space passageways were sealed. After the space walls were strengthened, the original space passageways were all blocked, so it was difficult for them to return. They could only temporarily stay here and wait for orders from the highest level. They could still communicate with the outer heavens. They only dared to move when the next order was given. Those large and small outer heavens forces were still afraid of the Yanheng region. The death of the god Horn Beastman army had not been long ago. Shan Xiang took advantage of this opportunity to go to the divine forest to find the lost spirit. "Grandma, it's me." Shan Xiang shouted in the middle of the divine forest, under the largest tree, and then released little sister, Xiao Jing. Lei Na and the demon shadow divine soul were left in the Yanheng region by Shan Xiang to prevent experts from attacking the Yanheng region. Soon, the voice of the old granny came. "Very good, you have successfully protected the universe life soul and allowed it to pass the tribulation smoothly," the old granny said. "Grandma, why can't I communicate with the universe life soul directly?" Shan Xiang was puzzled. "I can't either. The universe life soul's thoughts are unfathomable, but it has no ill intentions towards you or the world-defying stage." The old granny smiled and said, you can rest assured. The next step is to wait for the world-defying stage's Great Nirvana. Great Nirvana? Shen Xiang said in shock. Is something going to happen? Of course. The world-defying stage will be reconstructed, and at that time, the sacred domain will have everything here. The old granny said, this way, everyone will be able to step into the sage realm here. Wait, there are still many outsiders in the world-defying stage. If the restriction on cultivation is lifted, wouldn't their strength be terrifying? Shen Xiang's heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed, don't worry, only souls born and raised in the world-defying stage can step into the sage realm. The power of laws can be sensed. The old granny smiled and said, sooner or later, the world-defying stage will reach its peak. At that time, no one will be able to defeat it. After the universe life soul successfully transcended the tribulation, the old granny became very happy. Shen Xiang was a little worried about the Great Nirvana, so he still had to prepare. What he was more worried about was whether the 6 clans of life soul would think of a way to enter the world-defying stage. Guan Yaoshan was not the strongest person in the 6 clans of life soul. There were many people like him in the 6 clans of life soul. If more came, they could destroy the entire Yanheng territory. Zero thinking about the 6 clans of life soul. Shen Xiang felt a headache coming on. Right now, there was no way to guard against the people of the 6 clans of life soul, unless he could completely block the passage from outer space. Grandma, is there any way to enter from outer space? Shen Xiang asked. After the universe life soul transcended the tribulation, it became extremely powerful, so the spatial laws of the world-defying stage also changed greatly. It's not as easy to bypass as before, the old granny said. You don't have to worry about this. The old granny was the spirit of the ancient code, but Shen Xiang did not completely believe that what she said was correct. After he left the divine forest, he returned to the Yanheng territory. Then he took out the 6 realms mirrors and the communication talisman that he used to contact Wang Camtin. He used this move again to contact Wang Camtin. Chapter 41:14. Shen Xiang now more or less understood that universe life soul. Previously, the creatures of the 10 great worlds would have their energy sucked out of their bodies every once in a while. This was the universe life soul's extraction to strengthen itself and then allow the 10 great worlds to escape the control of the world-defying universe. Every time the universe life soul extracted the energy of the 10 great worlds, it would cause a lot of chaos, causing the 10 great worlds to suffer heavy casualties. 100 Flowers world had suffered greatly for many years, so every once in a while they would need to store up resources to survive this calamity. Shen Xiang knew that the world-defying universe was expanding, so it would definitely expand violently with the other universes. If the consequences were serious, the 6 clans of life soul might use their strongest power to destroy the entire world-defying world. Shen Xiang and the others were still trapped in the world-defying world. If the world-defying world was destroyed, then they would all be finished. Ever since Shen Xiang saw the multiverse life soul last time, he seemed to have developed some kind of connection with the multiverse life soul, allowing him to have a special resonance with the multiverse life soul. Right now, he wanted to understand what was going on with the multiverse life soul. His intuition told him that the multiverse life soul might have lost control. Humans often encountered things like losing control. If the universe life soul lost control and could not be stopped in time, there would be endless trouble in the future. Shen Xiang immediately rushed to the location where the multiverse life soul had undergone its tribulation. He directly used the 6 realms mirrors to teleport through the world-defying mountain and river diagram. This was also an ability that little sister Xiaojing had just discovered. After the 6 realms mirrors merged with the world-defying mountain and river diagram, the special ability it had was gradually comprehended by little sister Xiaojing. After Xin Xiang arrived at this place, he looked around and then released his consciousness to sense the multiverse life soul. However, this had no effect. Helpless, he could only take out the world-defying God furnace. The world-defying God furnace was a small universe life soul. Every universe would usually have 2 universe life souls. The small universe life soul was rather special. Usually it would transform into all sorts of things and be affected by the creator of the universe. As for the multiverse life soul, it was mainly the soul of the entire world-defying universe. It could absorb the energy of the universe to become stronger. The multiverse life soul had always been trapped in the world-defying world, so it could only absorb the energy of the living beings here. Not long after, through the world-defying God furnace, Xin Xiang, he sensed the location of the multiverse life soul. It was deep underground. He immediately burrowed into the ground to find the life soul of the great cosmos as soon as possible. As the location of the multiverse life soul couldn't be displayed on the world-defying mountain and river painting, he couldn't directly use the divine mirror of 6 paths to teleport there. Xin Xiang could only drill into the ground to find the life soul of the great cosmos. He spent almost an entire day drilling deep into the ground before he touched the multiverse life soul. We're finally here. At this moment, Xin Xiang was deep underground. What he did not expect was that there was no magma here, and it was not as hot as the core of a star. The core of the world-defying Earth was actually a very beautiful core world. It was a universe life soul that resembled a towering mountain. It was an irregular polyhedron, with each face reflecting light. The universe life soul floated above the core world, illuminating the entire core world like a blazing sun. There were mountains and rivers in the core world, as well as green grasslands. There were birds chirping and flowers everywhere, and there were all kinds of trees. Shen Xiang did not expect the universe life spirit to create such a world in the core of the earth. Floating in the air, Shen Xiang, looking at this beautiful geocentric world, soon saw the familiar giant tree. It was the giant tree formed from the power of the ancient code in the divine forest. Shen Xiang was even more puzzled now. Why did the universe life soul lose control? This was because the core world looked very calm. It didn't seem like there was a problem at all. However, at this moment, the universe life soul suddenly turned red. The originally beautiful core world was immediately enveloped by a scarlet light. Chapter 41:15. After opening a hole in the life soul, Shen Xiang didn't immediately enter. Instead, he extended the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and activated the Green Dragon Demon Slayer to release its strength, opening a path forward. The evil energy in the Great Life Soul was extremely terrifying. This kind of evil energy could corrode the soul, and Shen Xiang's strength was in the soul. Therefore, he felt a lot of pressure when facing this kind of evil energy that specialized in attacking the soul. Xin Xiang suddenly learned of the Life Soul Six Clans scheme and felt a headache coming on. The Life Soul Six Clans had actually set up such a long-term trap for him. This ability was too terrifying. This required them to predict what would happen today very early on. Great Life Soul. Why would the Life Soul Six Clans set up such a trap for me 100,000 years in the future? This is way too advanced. Shen Xiang knew that some people with extraordinary abilities could foresee the future. For example, Wang Kam-tin had such an ability, but he couldn't predict what would happen 100,000 years later. Furthermore, it would be so detailed. For this, he had specially set up such a huge trap. They are that powerful. You have to know that the Life Soul Six Clans have controlled many powerful universes over the years. They can always successfully control a universe's great life soul, said the Great Life Soul. If they have such an ability, why don't they just kill me? Xin Xiang was still puzzled. As he asked, he entered the Great Life Soul. He used the Green Dragon Demon Slayer to open a path to resist the evil power. You are the main creator of the World Pride universe. If they kill you, they won't be able to obtain me. When they sealed you, They thought they could tame me during this period of time. Your soul has always been strengthening, and so have I. Therefore, they can't do anything to me. The great life soul knew the pain Xinxiang had suffered over the years. After Xinxiang broke free from the seal and entered the world pride, he had the power of the great life soul to guide his rebirth. Then what's their scheme this time? Xinxiang had already entered the great life soul, and there was no way out. The evil power in the great life soul seemed to have become much stronger after Xinxiang entered. I was planning to seal you inside me, and then kill all of us. The great life soul sighed. Don't be so dejected. What kind of storms have I not seen before? Although you are the great life soul of the world-defying universe, my experience is much richer than yours. Xinxiang was very cheerful. The current situation of the world-defying stage is very unstable because they injected this evil consciousness into my body. As long as we are all devoured by the evil consciousness, then they can use the method to deal with the evil consciousness. They are the most experienced in this regard. The great life soul continued. The great life soul appeared rather pessimistic, but it was still rather happy because Xinxiang had not given up on it. Will they come over during this period of time? Xinxiang asked. I said that I would buy time for you. That's why I used my greatest strength to seal off the entire world-defying stage. At most, they can only send a message over. They can't break through the spatial wall. The great life soul said. Actually, they don't have to come over. Once their plan succeeds, your and my consciousness will be demonized, and we will self-destruct. I won't let their plan succeed. Xinxiang felt the evil consciousness. He suddenly thought of little sister Xiaojing. This pitiful girl had also been corroded by the evil soul, causing her consciousness to become very evil. This was most likely the method of the 6 clans of the life soul. Otherwise, the divine mirrors of 6 realms would not have been sealed for so long. As Xinxiang went deeper into the great life soul, the evil consciousness became stronger and stronger. At that moment, Xinxiang could even feel the evil consciousness's thoughts. The thoughts of him, the great life soul, and the evil consciousness seemed to be one. After all, if the evil consciousness wanted to assimilate them, it first had to unify everyone's thoughts. The evil consciousness's thoughts were filled with arrogance, as if it had known that Xinxiang would come. You really came. Ha ha ha. Xinxiang, this is your destiny. The evil consciousness mocked Xinxiang crazily. Now, Xinxiang did not walk over by himself. Instead, he was attracted by the evil consciousness. Xinxiang had already lost his perception of the great life soul. He suspected that the great life soul had been hijacked by the evil consciousness. Destiny, you knew that I would come a long time ago. Even if you knew there was danger, you would still rush in, right? Xinxiang asked. Of course. The birth of every universe is very accidental. The Creator inadvertently or accidentally triggered a certain energy that led to the birth of the universe. They knew nothing about the new universe from the beginning. Then they were sealed. If their souls can break free from the seal, they will gradually understand the truth. After learning about the situation of the great life soul, they will make the same choice as you, said the evil consciousness with a smile. Xinxiang now understood that the 6 clans of the life soul could not predict the future, but had rich experience. Then, do you think the world-defying universe is different from the other universes? Xinxiang was still very calm. Chapter 41:16. The world-defying stage God furnace was the small life soul of the world-defying stage universe. The small life soul and the large life soul were definitely closely related. Although Xinxiang did not know much about life souls, based on his comprehension of heaven and earth during this period of time, he believed that the small life soul was very important to the large life soul. It could be said that it was the spirit of the large life soul, or the physical body of the large life soul. Of course, This was only Shen Xiang's comprehension of the large and small life soul of the world-defying stage universe. After all, he was the one who created this universe. What he comprehended was the theorem of the world-defying stage universe. It could be said that what he had comprehended in the world-defying stage universe would sometimes cause the rules of the universe to operate according to his comprehension. It was unknown if it was because he had comprehended it that the laws would operate in this way, or if the laws had always operated in this way and he had comprehended them. Shen Xiang had experienced this a few times before, but he was not sure. It was only when he entered the body of the large life soul that he vaguely felt that what he had comprehended was most likely the laws of the world-defying stage universe, the theorem of the universe. However, this kind of power was too vague, causing him to be unable to grasp it tightly and use it accurately. For example, some of the pills he had refined before seemed to be based on his comprehension or his thoughts. Then they had the effects that they should have, or some of the array formations that he had comprehended. And the functions that he had realized in the end were also as he had imagined. And now, Shen Xiang had comprehended that the large life soul and small life soul of the world-defying stage universe were one. They could be transformed or fused with each other. Then he would now transform the entire large life soul into a small life soul. In other words, the large life soul would become a huge pill furnace. After Shen Xiang came into contact with the evil consciousness, he released the world-defying stage God furnace. Sure enough, the incomparably huge life soul, according to the thoughts that Shen Xiang had previously comprehended, gradually turned into a world-defying stage God furnace. The evil consciousness also sensed that something was amiss, but it did not care. You still have some ability. You seem to have made some changes to the large life soul, but it's useless. The evil consciousness laughed. You should also be a universe life soul, right? And it's a small life soul. Shen Xiang laughed and said, "This small life soul of yours is very evil. Over the years, it has entered the bodies of many large life souls and then transformed them, right?" The evil consciousness's laughter stopped abruptly, but it soon started laughing again. Formidable, formidable. Most universe creators would need at least 10,000 years to discover this point. And the moment you entered the great life soul, you already noticed that I was a small life soul. The evil consciousness laughed. But what's the use of that? Haven't you noticed that this great life soul has changed? You actually didn't notice? Oh, what's going on? Aren't you in control of the whole situation? Shen Xiang giggled and said, "Brother, you have to be more serious." The evil consciousness was shocked. It did notice that something was wrong, but it didn't think much of it. If the great life soul really changed and the evil consciousness didn't notice it, it meant that it had been stripped of its authority. Shen Xiang was the one who created this world-defying universe, and his authority would always be the greatest. "I just took out my life spirit," Shen Xiang said with a smile. "Together, the small life soul and I can obtain the greatest authority to control the large life soul, right?" Impossible. The little life soul has already flown out of the sacred domain with the world-defying stage divine palace. The world-defying stage divine palace was sent out of the world-defying stage. It's all to hide and prevent the small life soul from being taken away. The evil consciousness shouted. "So that's how it is. Do you think the small life soul has left?" "Ha ha ha." Shen Xiang laughed out loud. "The small life soul has already fallen into my hands, and it has already been awakened by me." Shen Xiang now understood that only a small life soul could affect a large life soul. The evil consciousness was a small life soul, so when it entered the large life soul, it could turn the large life soul evil and assimilate it. What did you turn the great life soul into? Why didn't I feel it? The evil consciousness shouted. "Shen Xiang, don't act recklessly. You have only just come into contact with the big and small life soul. You do not understand how to operate it. If you act recklessly, it will cause this world-defying stage universe to collapse." "I know, but if the world-defying stage universe collapses, then it collapses. It's better than being played to death by you guys. Xinxiang smiled and said, I turned the great life soul into a world-defying god furnace. I'm going to start my old profession now, which is to refine pills. Xinxiang learned another important piece of knowledge. The great life soul could mobilize the energy of the world-defying stage universe, but it was currently sealed in the world-defying stage, so it was unable to use the energy of the entire world-defying stage universe. And now, being able to mobilize the energy of this small space in the world-defying stage was already enough for Xinxiang. Don't act recklessly. The evil consciousness began to panic, and Xinxiang had already begun to circulate the heavenly alchemy. Chapter 40, 117. Master, I still suggest that you stay in the world-defying stage. This place is currently very safe. They are unable to enter. The great life soul said, I can't just sit there and wait for death. It was safe now, but it was only temporary. Those fellows are so powerful. As long as they are not destroyed, there is no absolute safety. Xinxiang could be considered to have experienced the power of the 6 clans of life soul. This time he was able to block the 6 clans of life soul, but next time that might not be the case. Previously, the evil consciousness had also said that every time the 6 clans of life soul wanted to snatch a universe, they would suffer quite a bit. This was because the creators of those universes would all rise up and resist. The 6 clans of life soul were also very experienced in dealing with this kind of thing, so they would definitely think of a way to break through the world-defying stage. As for how to deal with it, Xinxiang had no idea. After all, he did not know what kind of power the 6 clans of life soul would use to attack him. Master, if you want to go to the sacred domain, you can indeed restrain the 6 clans of life soul. You are their main target, but this will definitely be very dangerous. The great life soul said, What is the world-defying stage divine palace doing in the sacred domain? Xinxiang still wanted to know where the world-defying stage divine palace had gone. Wang Camtin had gone to the sacred domain alone, and even brought such a huge world-defying stage divine palace with him. The world-defying stage divine palace is the bait I used to run out, mainly to attract their attention. The world-defying stage divine palace, controlled by Wang Camtin, is temporarily safe in the sacred domain, unless the 6 clans of life soul attack at all costs. The great life soul said. Xinxiang finally understood that world-defying stage divine palace was not looking for something, but to divert their attention. This would more or less have some use. Previously, the evil consciousness thought that the life soul and some important things were in the world-defying stage divine palace, so it was very confident. Actually, Guaning knew that Xinxiang had a world-defying god furnace in his hands, but she did not know about the evil consciousness's plan to invade the great life soul, so there was a huge error in the information the 6 clans of life soul received. When I go to the sacred domain, I will come and find you again. Xinxiang said, I have to go back now. The world-defying world will have a period of peace. The people in this world can take advantage of this period of time to develop and strengthen. Then they will have the strength to fight the 6 races of life soul, said the great life soul. We'll see when the time comes. Xinxiang wanted to go back now and enslave the outsiders of the heavenless divine palace and the heavenly palace. He wanted them to help him mine resources and develop the world of arrogance. If it were in the past, Xinxiang would have needed some time to settle such matters. However, with the help of the great life soul, he could easily settle it. Once they entered the divine forest, their souls would be branded with the mark of a slave by the spirit of law. Then they would be completely enslaved. Xinxiang did not need to worry too much about these things. What he needed to do now was to help those who had forgotten him recover their memories as much as possible during this period of time. This was relatively difficult. He had asked the great life soul and the power of law, but none of them could do it. It was impossible for Xinxiang to help them one by one, because it would take too much time. Right now there was only one way, and that was to strengthen everyone's soul. When they reached a certain level of strength, as long as they were slightly guided, they would be able to dig out the scattered memories in the depths of their souls. Then they would be able to combine the memories and recover the lost memories. When Shen Xiang came to the 100 Flowers Tower, Yen Xilin had been cultivating all this time. After eating the Holy Soul Pill, she needed to figure out how to refine it herself and then strengthen her own soul. Now that the world is proud of itself, the world had changed, and the restrictions on the soul were getting smaller and smaller. Furthermore, Yen Xilin had eaten the Sea of Consciousness soul pill before, so her soul was growing very quickly. After eating the Holy Soul Pill and cultivating, the soul would be able to grow to the point where Xin Xiang could recover his memories. Previously, because Yen Xilin's soul was too weak, Xin Xiang wanted to help her recover her memories, so his own injuries were not small. Furthermore, after stepping into the absolute sage realm, his soul had strengthened by a lot. If Yen Xilin's soul did not grow to a certain extent, it would be very difficult for Xin Xiang to help her recover. After Xin Xiang returned, he patiently waited for Yen Xilin in the hall. It was strange. During this period of time, all the core members of the 100 Flowers world had returned to the 100 Flowers world. The 100 Flowers world had already merged with the world-defying stage, but their barriers still existed, occupying a small area of the world-defying stage. Now that the 100 Flowers world could expand outwards and develop the resources of the world-defying stage, they were no longer lacking in resources. During this period of time, Shen Xiang would contact Xiao Xianglin, Lu Menger, and the others from time to time. There was nothing much on their side. They only said that because they had merged with the world-defying stage, there had been a lot of changes, so they needed to make adjustments and strengthen the defense of the 100 Flowers world. Right now, only Yen Xilin, a core member of the upper echelons, remained in the 100 Flowers Tower. In fact, this was mainly to contact Xin Xiang. Chapter 4118. Previously, when Shen Xiang helped Hua Xiangyue and the others recover their memories, they were the ones who took the initiative to run over and kiss him. So this time he decisively took the initiative. After the kiss, Yen Xilin laid in Shen Xiang's embrace, caressing Xin Xiang's face, and even pinching it from time to time. "You little scoundrel, honestly speaking, did you purposely make yourself so handsome after your rebirth?" Yen Xilin loved Xin Xiang's handsome face so much that she couldn't put it down. This face gave her a very mysterious feeling. Not only did it retain the familiar side of Xin Xiang from before, but it also modified a lot of Xin Xiang's original foundation, becoming even more handsome. Where is it? The process of my rebirth was all muddled up. As the saying goes, the face is born from the heart. I am such a good person. After my rebirth, I naturally became so handsome. Xin Xiang laughed. He also kept on caressing Yen Xilin's beautiful face. "Humph, I don't believe your nonsense. You little scoundrel, after your rebirth, you're still so bad." Yen Xilin scoffed. She remembered that not long ago, Shen Xiang had used some purple orchid soul pellet and fragrant moon soul pellet to trick them into having a good impression of him. "Sister Xilin, in this period of time, you don't remember me, but I remember everything between us. This feeling is hard for me to blame." Xin Xiang said with a pained heart, "It's all my fault. I actually forgot about you." Yen Xilin also blamed himself, bit his lips, and then kissed Xin Xiang. Yen Xilin suddenly came down from Shen Xiang's embrace, and then took the initiative to hug Xin Xiang. After Xin Xiang stepped into the absolute sage realm, he had grown a lot taller. However, there was less childishness on his face, and he looked like a little adult. However, compared to the mature and beautiful Yen Xilin, Shen Xiang looked very young, just like a little brother. Yen Xilin also felt that dating Xin Xiang, who was at the age in front of him, was a very interesting thing. In the past, Yen Xilin was a very reserved woman. Among the women that Xin Xiang knew, she was the most conservative one. However, What Xinxiang did not expect was that he was actually unknowingly brought into the room by Yan Xilan late at night. Xinxiang, who was intoxicated in a beautiful dream, suddenly woke up. After taking in a few breaths of the intoxicating fragrance, he looked at the charming Yan Xilan beside him. A sweet smile hung on the beauty's face as she slept soundly. Xinxiang couldn't help but kiss her red lips, then pinched her face and called out softly, "Sister Zilan, wake up. I have something urgent to ask you." "Little scoundrel." After Yan Xilan opened his eyes, he looked at Xinxiang with hidden bitterness and laughed rebukingly. "Let's talk about it at dawn. I'm currently having a beautiful dream." What happened to the 100 Flowers world? I keep feeling that something is wrong. You can't hide it from me. Xinxiang also remembered the important matter, so he woke up in the middle of the night and woke Yan Xilan up. When the sleepy beauty heard Xinxiang's question, she immediately perked up. It was obvious that she knew something. Yan Xilan lightly bit her lips, as if she was hesitating whether to tell Xinxiang or not. "Sister Zilan, I know you guys are hiding something from me," Xinxiang said helplessly. "I have known all of you for so many years, even though I have been sealed for 100,000 years, and all of you have forgotten about me for so long, I can still feel your little thoughts." "Husband, we really didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that there are some things that I can't tell you, and it won't affect anything." Yan Xilan now, it's also very difficult. In the face of Xinxiang, she is a little soft-hearted, especially Xinxiang used a handsome man. "Sister Zilan, you really do know." Xinxiang probed, and then pinched her face again. "Husband, we won't do anything dangerous. You don't have to worry." Yan Xilan rebuked, "Because there are some things it's better if you don't know. Am I still your husband?" Xinxiang curled his lips and said, "Of course. You are my little husband. Please believe us this time." Yan Xilan said somewhat anxiously, "I'm just worried about you guys. I'm afraid that you guys will do something stupid." Xinxiang was an old fox. He could vaguely feel what these women were thinking. He guessed that there was an external force coming into contact with the 100 Flowers world, and this matter had to be kept a secret from him. "Actually, I don't know much either." Yan Xilan sighed softly, then pulled Xinxiang's arm, leaned into his embrace, and said gently, "I'll tell you now, don't be angry." Chapter 41:19. Since the matriarch had come, she must have placed a lot of importance on 100 Flowers world. Xinxiang was even more worried now. After all, the Heavenly Mother's spirit race definitely had a plan. Otherwise, they would not have given 100 Flowers world so many benefits for no reason. "Why didn't you tell me?" Xinxiang asked. "I don't know either. The matriarch came with a clone. She specially instructed us not to tell young Master Xin about this." Yan Xilan shook her head lightly, but she only said that she would try her best not to tell you. If Xinxiang did not understand the matter regarding the Heavenly Mother spirit race, he would not be able to relax, and Yan Xilan only knew this. "Husband, are you going to ask Big Sister Xiao?" Yan Xilan said in a low voice. "It's better not to ask." "Were you there at the time?" Xinxiang asked. "Who talked to that matriarch?" "I wasn't there. It was Elder Sister Meng who told me. The only ones at the scene are Elder Sister Xiao, Elder Sister Meng, Elder Sister Chilian, and Elder Sister Huishan." Yan Xilan said, "I have always been here. How could I possibly be at the scene? However, they still told me some things. They aren't stupid, so there shouldn't be a problem." Xinxiang sighed. "I am just worried that the Heavenly Mother spirit race will scam you. Whether it is the All Heavens Palace, Heavenless Divine Palace, or the Life Soul 6 clans, they all participated in sealing me back then." Speaking of the seal, Yan Xilan was also very angry. She immediately kissed Xinxiang and comforted him. "Husband, Big Sister Xiao, and the others can make a judgment. You don't have to worry." "No, I still have to ask them." Xinxiang took out the communication talisman and was about to contact Lu Menger. "Husband, why don't I ask?" Yan Xilan's beautiful eyes turned, and then she grabbed Xinxiang's hand, preventing him from asking Lu Meng'er. "All right." Xinxiang nodded. Yan Xilin also took out his own communication talisman and then contacted Lu Meng'er. "Elder Sister Meng. My husband helped me recover my memories. He suspects that we are hiding something from him. What exactly is going on with the Heavenly Mother Soul race? Can you tell me in detail?" Yan Xilin could only ask this. She could not directly tell Lu Meng'er that she had told Xinxiang the secret of the Heavenly Mother Soul race. Although it was in the middle of the night, the news that Yan Xilin sent over was very important, so Lu Meng'er quickly contacted Yan Xilin. "Xilin, where is young Master Shen?" Lu Meng'er asked. "Is he beside you? Did you tell her?" Lu Meng'er understood Xinxiang and Yan Xilin very well, so she immediately thought that Yan Xilin had already told Xinxiang about the matter. "Sister Menger, I am just worried that you will be cheated." "Don't blame Sister Xilin, I forced her to say it," Xinxiang replied immediately. "It doesn't matter. If you ask me, I will tell you too," Lu Meng'er sighed softly. "It's good that Xilin has recovered her memories." "Elder Sister Meng, the Holy Soul Dan I am refining now is very powerful. I will be able to help Xian Xian and the others recover their memories very soon." Xinxiang laughed. "Oh, right. Tell me about that Heavenly Mother Soul race." Xinxiang purposely smiled, just so that the atmosphere would not be so tense. "We don't know much about the Heavenly Mother Soul race. The mother of the Tian clan said that they are as strong as the 6 clans of the Life Soul." Lu Meng'er said, "Little scoundrel, do you know about the 6 clans of the Life Soul?" "Of course I know. They are the masterminds who sealed me." Xinxiang then began to talk nonstop about the 6 clans of the Life Soul. After finding out about the existence of the 6 clans of the Life Soul, Lu Meng'er and Yan Xilin were also extremely surprised. There are some forces that look good on the surface, but they are all very sinister and evil behind the scenes. Heavenless Divine Palace is an example. Xinxiang said, "The Heavenly Mother Soul race wants to borrow our strength. They want us to help them search for something in the world defying stage universe." Lu Meng'er said, "Currently we are still too weak, so we cannot move. Therefore, they promise to make us stronger." "What are you looking for?" "They are as strong as the 6 clans of the Life Soul. Why do they need your help?" Xinxiang asked curiously. "Only women can come into contact with that thing, and only women can go to that place. That place seems to be called Heavenly Mother Sacred Wasteland. Also, the most important thing is that we have been in the 10 great worlds for the past 100,000 years, and the energy we have absorbed is the energy of the world defying stage universe's Life Soul. No other universe's energy is involved, so only we are suitable to help them." Lu Meng'er said, "Do you know what they are looking for?" Xinxiang was also curious. Only women could go to that place, and only women could touch it. How could there be such a strange place in the world defying stage universe? Mother of the Tian clan only said that it was the Life Soul of their Heavenly Mother Soul race. Because they were attracted by the world-defying stage universe, they fled to the world-defying stage universe and hid in the Heavenly Mother Sacred Wasteland. Lu Meng'er said, "We still don't know the specifics. That mother of the Tian clan, did she say why she couldn't tell me?" Xinxiang was still a little suspicious about this matter. Chapter 41:20. At this time, Xinxiang had also experienced the power of this Tian clan's mother, to actually appear here just like that. She had directly traveled through space with her physical body, and it was even after the world-defying stage's space had been strengthened. It was obvious that she had grasped the profound meaning of the spatial laws, which was why she was able to travel through space alone. Yan Xilin was a little worried that Xinxiang would make a move, and immediately pulled Xinxiang's arm. An old lady with a head full of white hair slowly walked out from the ripple-like spatial door. She was very tall and had an elegant temperament. Although there were wrinkles on her face, she did not give off the feeling that she was very old. Her eyes were kind, but there was also a hint of heroism in them. Her entire being was filled with spirit. The first thing Xinxiang did was to use his own soul's ability to see the character of this Tian clan's mother. Even now, he still did not know why his soul had such an ability. He only knew that this ability could allow him to see a person's character. After sizing her up, he was sure that this Tian clan's mother's character was not bad. Interesting. I really didn't expect you to have such an ability. Tian clan's mother laughed. I also didn't expect your body to be like this. It seems that you will need a long time before you can completely grow up. The voice of the mother of the Tian clan sounded very young, causing Chen Xiang to think that the mother of the Tian clan was a young woman. What ability do I have? Xin Xiang was secretly shocked. His ability to see through one's character was actually discovered by the Tian clan's mother in front of him. This is a type of soul gift. It's very rare. If I'm not wrong, your soul gift should be the clear heart eyes. Tian clan's mother laughed. Since you have the heart and eyes, then you should know my character. I am unable to disguise this. Soul gift. This was the first time Shen Xiang had heard of it. This is the talent of the soul. When the soul grows to a certain stage, it is possible to awaken the soul gift. You should have awakened it when your soul broke through the seal and was reborn into a deep slumber. Tian clan's mother said, Everyone only has one soul gift. It is not easy to awaken the soul gift. I'm very envious because I do not have it. The clear heart eyes soul gift doesn't seem to have much use. When Xin Xiang found out that the soul gift was so powerful, he suddenly felt a little disgusted. What a greedy guy. It's already not bad to have a spirit aptitude. The clear heart eyes spirit aptitude won't give you much power, but at least you won't meet bad people in the future. The matriarch of the Tian clan sighed. Life is long, you will meet many, many people, and most of these people are not reliable. Once you are tricked, your ending will be very miserable. Speaking of this matter, matriarch of the Tian clan had a lot of feelings. It could be seen that she was often cheated. Mother of the Tian clan, why are you looking for husband? Yan Xilin asked softly. Zilan, can I speak to your husband in private? Mother of the Tian clan chuckled, then gently caressed Yan Xilin's face. Don't worry, my current clone is not his match at all. Zilan, you'll be fine, Xinxiang said. Yan Xilin nodded, then left the room and closed the door. You can't help them recover their memories anymore. The mother of the Tian clan waved her hand and set up a barrier to isolate the sound from the outside. Then she sternly said, Why? Xinxiang said in a bad mood. Life Soul 6 clans used some kind of taboo curse on me. That's why everyone forgot about me. I'm just trying to make everyone remember me again. Since you know that this is a taboo curse, then have you ever understood this taboo curse? How powerful is the curse? The mother of the Tian clan said sternly, If you continue to help them recover their memories, you will only harm them. Do you know that? Why? Shen Xiang did not understand. After all, he trusted this mother of the Tian clan, because his eyes told him that the mother of the Tian clan would not lie to him. This kind of taboo curse can only be broken from the source. If you don't completely break the curse, everything you do will only cause the taboo curse to rebound. The mother of the Tian clan sighed. I know that you are anxious to help everyone recover their memories, but if the curse rebounds, the consequences will be unimaginable. What will happen? Xinxiang really did not understand the taboo curse, so he started to worry and asked anxiously. The taboo curse hasn't rebounded yet because it hasn't sensed that someone is fighting against it. So don't help everyone recover their memories. You can only break the curse from the source. After the mother of the Tian clan finished speaking, she took out a book and handed it over to Xinxiang. The book looked very old. It was made of a special golden material and only had a few pages. Shen Xiang opened it and was immediately attracted by the contents. This was because it was a detailed record of the taboo curse. Forgetting fate curse. Xinxiang frowned. Is this the thing that's causing trouble? He quickly flipped through it, his heart trembling as he read. The forgetting fate curse was cast on you. But as long as it was someone who was related to you back then, it could be said that they were fated with you. They would forget everything about you, completely severing the connection between you and them. The mother of the Tian clan paced back and forth a few steps before continuing. Overall, the forgetting fate curse was actually cast on them. Chapter 41:21. If the price of the curse was so high, then it would definitely be very difficult to remove the curse. Xinxiang had flipped through the book that recorded the forgotten origin mantra a few times, but it did not say how to remove the curse. Therefore, he believed that the process of removing the curse would definitely be very difficult, or even impossible, so there was no need to record it. The first step to breaking the forgotten origin mantra is to repeat the process of casting the curse, the Tian clan's mother said. In other words, the 9 people who cast the curse have to kill their 81 blood relatives. This is only the first step. How many steps are there in total? When Xinxiang heard this first step, he felt that it would be very difficult to complete. If one of the people who cast the curse lost their entire family, or if they could not gather 81 blood relatives, then wouldn't it be impossible to remove it? A total of 3 steps. The second step is to be cursed. In other words, young Master Shin, you have to personally kill 81 blood relatives and obtain their souls and hearts. Xinxiang did not wait for the Tian clan's mother to finish speaking, and immediately waved his hand. Impossible, impossible. I won't do it. How is it possible to kill his own blood relatives? Of course, Xinxiang's father was still alive. The entire Shen family was still there, but they were not in the 10 Great Worlds. His father had brought the Shen family to an unknown place a long time ago. It was also because of Xinxiang that the Shen family had a huge reversal. The entire family was extremely powerful and should be in the world-defying stage universe right now. Xinxiang had thought that his father and the Shin family were both in the 9 Heavens world. But after asking Long Jiuxiao, he found out that the Shen family had already left before the world-defying stage universe was formed. Later on, Xinxiang asked Huang Jintian to use the Heaven Extended Method to calculate the Shen family. He could only calculate that the Shen family was still there and that his luck was strong. That was all. He did not know where the Shen family was. Even if the Shen family was here, Xinxiang would not use the 81 lives of their Shen family to remove the curse. The third step is for the person who is cursed to personally kill their own partner. It has to be someone who was once in love. The Tian clan's mother continued. CK him, I won't do it. Xinxiang was even more furious now and said in a deep voice, Those fellows who curse me, they will all die a horrible death. I really hope that they are still alive. I want them to live a life worse than death. From the looks of it, it was impossible to use the ancient method to undo the curse. But Xinxiang believed that there must be other ways to break the curse, as long as he was strong enough. The reason why the curse on him was successful was mainly because the person who had cast the curse was far stronger than him. When he was strong enough and his strength far surpassed the 9 people who cast the curse, he would no longer be bound by this kind of forbidden curse and could break the curse. What kind of power is this curse? Xinxiang felt sad when he thought about how he couldn't help his friends and family recover their memories. This is the power of karma law. This power is very mysterious. It is spread throughout the various universes and is independent of each universe. Matriarch of the Tian clan said, for example, the laws of time and space are slightly different in each universe. Some are even very different, which is why the difference in time is very big. However, the power of the law of cause and effect is the same. Is this forgetting fate curse only effective on the people of the 10 Great Worlds? Xinxiang asked. Of course. After all, the 10 Great Worlds back then was still a small area. If you want to envelop the entire world-defying stage universe, or even multiple universes, then it would be impossible. The energy required would be too great. Matriarch of the Tian clan said, therefore, outside of the 10 great worlds, no one who knows you has been implicated. It was because Feng Ruxiwa was in the outer world that she did not forget about Xinxiang. Xiao Xianglin, on the other hand, discovered it quickly and was able to block it at the first moment. The curse that had invaded her soul did not forget about Xinxiang. Is there really no other way? Xinxiang asked. Not at the moment. Matriarch of the Tian clan seemed to have seen through Xinxiang's thoughts and said, do you think that when your strength reaches a certain level, you can break the curse? Is that so? Xinxiang indeed thought so. Yes, but I don't know how long it will take. Can you wait until then? Matriarch of the Tian clan asked. Xinxiang shook his head. He did not know how strong he had to be in order to break the curse naturally. However, there is one possibility, but I am not sure if it will work. Matriarch of the Tian clan said, this is related to our heavenly mother soul race's life soul. Matriarch of the Tian clan had some kind of breaking fate curse in her hands. Their entire heavenly mother soul race should have a deep understanding of this kind of curse of the karma laws. Elder Sister Meng told me before that this life soul is in that heavenly mother sacred wasteland, right? Xinxiang could see that the matriarch of the Tian clan was very sincere and was not tricking him. The heavenly mother sacred wasteland is in a place in the world-defying stage universe. That place is very dangerous, but it is also very safe and difficult to enter. Only the 100 Flowers world's people can enter. Matriarch of the Tian clan sighed helplessly and said, young Master Shin, if it wasn't for the fact that we had no other choice, we wouldn't want them to take the risk. Chapter 41:22. The Great Life Soul had successfully transcended the tribulation. Furthermore, the evil consciousness that had entered the Great Life Soul's body had been subdued by Xinxiang. The 6 races of Life Soul now knew that it was impossible for them not to take action. The appearance of such a huge variable in the world-defying world had already caused the 6 clans of the Life Soul to be flustered. Now, they could only use a powerful and barbaric method to forcefully break through the spatial walls of the world-defying world. In the world-defying heavens, there were tens of millions of outsiders in the world-defying heavens. These people were not many, but they were not few either. Moreover, they were all from the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace. With so many powers from beyond the heavens being sent to the world-defying stage, the sacred domain was also aware of this matter. If they were unable to return, the reputation of the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace would definitely suffer a great loss. Xinxiang had long expected the 6 races of Life Soul to take action. He was not afraid. Now, the world-defying world was being operated by the Great Life Soul after the Tribulation Transcendence. In the process of transforming, it could also absorb energy from the outer heavenly sacred realm and the divine realm. When the people from the 6 clans of Life Soul entered, they would be affected by the power of the laws of the world. Their cultivation would definitely be greatly restricted. Mother of the Tian clan, you don't have to worry about the 6 clans of Life Spirit for the time being. I will deal with them. Xinxiang said, continue talking about our matters. Young Master Shin, as long as the 100 Flowers realm can help us find the Life Spirit, we can cast a harmless forbidden curse on you. However, the prerequisite is that you cannot overly interfere with 100 Flower lands, and do not help others recover their memories. Matriarch of the Celestial clan said, aren't they taking a huge risk by going to the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland? Xinxiang was actually very worried about this. There will be more or less danger, so we will ensure that they have enough strength before letting them go. You don't have to worry. We will definitely ensure their safety. The matriarch of the Sky clan said, Mother of the Tian clan, I promise you that I will not interfere with their cooperation with you, but I also have one thing to ask for your help. Xinxiang said, it won't be too difficult. You should be able to do it easily. Let's hear it first. The matriarch of Tian clan did not dare to casually agree to Xin Xiang's request. The 9 people who cursed me, are they still around? I'm going to find them. Xin Xiang said, also, who are the people who participated in sealing me? I'm not too sure who it is exactly. In short, it was done by the 6 clans of Life Soul. After I return, I will do my best to help you investigate. Mother Sky said. Okay. Xin Xiang nodded. He could tell that the celestial matriarch was brushing him off. Clearly, she did not intend to tell him the specifics. She was afraid that he would seek revenge on the 9 people who had cast the curse. From Matriarch Sky's perspective, she naturally did not wish for Shen Xiang to take the risk and directly seek out Life Spirit. The 6 races did not care about Ji. There's one more thing that I would like to ask Mother Tian to help me pay attention to it, Xin Xiang said. Before the world-defying universe was formed, my father had already led our Xin family away. His whereabouts are still unknown. Can you help me investigate? Sure. Matriarch nodded. Even if Xin Xiang did not say anything, Matriarch Sky would still pay attention to it because she was extremely interested in everything that Xin Xiang was doing right now. Now that she knew that Shen Xiang still had a Xin family behind him, she also wanted to find the Xin family and see how they had grown. My master used the Heaven Extended method to calculate that my father is still alive and the Xin family is still alive. Furthermore, his luck is extremely strong. Xin Xiang said again. Heaven Extended method? This seems to be a very extraordinary thing. Only the undead race can use it, right? Matriarch Sky was a little shocked. She did not know that Xin Xiang had such a master. The space outside was constantly vibrating, and Xin Xiang was starting to get annoyed. The fellows from the 6 clans of Life Soul are truly reckless. After Xin Xiang finished speaking, he opened the door. Yan Xilin was anxiously pacing back and forth outside. However, when she saw Xin Xiang walk out, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Xiang took out the communication talisman. It was Long Jiuxiao who was contacting him, talking about the spatial ripples. Lei Na and the demonic shadow divine soul were also in the city. They naturally knew that the 6 clans of Life Soul were coming in, so they were more or less worried. Let's go out and take a look. Shen Xiang arrived at the top of the 100 Flowers Tower and saw that the sky was currently dark red. From time to time, spatial fluctuations would be emitted, and a powerful wave of energy would surge down from the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. The tens of millions of slaves in the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace were all cheering. They all thought that the reinforcements from the heavens had arrived, so they all stopped what they were doing and knelt on the ground, shouting towards the sky. The defense of the world-defying stage is really strong. They used a lot of energy, but they were still unable to forcefully tear open space. Matriarch Sky Clan exclaimed. Matriarch Sky Clan, then how did you enter the world-defying stage? Shen Xiang asked curiously. We have our ways. You can rest assured that we did not destroy the spatial wall of the world-defying stage. Matriarch Sky Clan said. Chapter 41-23. Seeing the powerful aura of the 6 realms mirrors, the mother of Tian clan once again evaluated Xin Xiang's strength. Actually, she still did not know that Xin Xiang had killed Guan Yaoshan before. In her eyes, Shen Xiang was someone who had just come out of a 100,000-year seal. So no matter how strong he was, he could not be that strong. Therefore, the mother of Tian clan only believed that Xin Xiang's strength lay in his possession of the 6 realms mirrors. She was just very puzzled as to how Xin Xiang could control such a powerful 6 realms mirrors. A powerful divine tool like this was originally so powerful that no one could suppress it. In the end, they could only seal it. If one did not have the strength to match this kind of divine tool, they would not be able to control and suppress it. In the end, they would only suffer a backlash. When the 6 realms mirrors became so huge and appeared in the air, most of the people in the Yanheng territory saw it. But not many people knew that this was the 6 realms mirrors. The divine mirror had become so huge that it covered the sky. Furthermore, they could not see the mirror, so they did not expect it to be the 6 realms' mirrors. It took the mother of Tian clan a while to realize that this was the 6 realms' mirrors. On the side of the 6 clans of Life Soul, they had sent many people outside the sacred domain to increase their energy crazily. They wanted to break through the thing that was blocking their energy, but they did not know that it was the 6 realms' mirrors. Guan Yaoshan, who knew that the 6 realms' mirrors was so powerful, had his soul reborn in their clan's sacred ground and was still sleeping. Although Guaning knew, she did not dare to speak carelessly. She was afraid of Xinxiang now. The 6 clans of Life Soul were more or less restricted. In the sacred domain, they could only use the power that the sacred domain could use. They were unable to unleash their strongest power. The power of the laws of the world-defying universe was to restrict people at different stages of cultivation and restrict them to different areas. Otherwise, if a person with an extremely high cultivation base became violent, they would kill a large number of people with lower cultivation bases. Xinxiang was eager for them to increase their energy so that they could feed the world-defying mountain and river diagram and the world-defying God furnace. The appetite of these 2 treasures was simply too big. It could be said that they were bottomless. This round of attacks did not last long. As for the 6 clans of the Life Spirit, they had originally thought that they would use their powerful energy to blast open a hole and then destroy the Yanheng region. Then they would send some people to the world-defying world to investigate the situation. However, they needed a huge amount of energy to maintain the spatial passageway. Furthermore, injecting energy through the spatial passageway would result in a large amount of loss. Even if the 6 races of Life Soul used a large number of resources, they wouldn't be able to last long. It could be said that they had used more than half of the accumulation they had accumulated in the sacred domain this time. If this continued, they would be at the end of their rope, but it would not have any effect. Defeated, they were completely defeated. The upper echelons of the Life Soul 6 clans had no choice but to admit that their long-term plans for the world-defying world had failed one after another. They had expected that Xinxiang would be able to break out of the seal. They had also expected that Xinxiang would help the great Life Soul transcend the tribulation. That was why they had placed the evil consciousness in the great Life Soul. According to their assessment of Xinxiang's strength, it was impossible for Xinxiang to defeat the evil consciousness. However, the 6 Life Soul clans could sense that the evil consciousness had completely disappeared. That evil consciousness was something they had modified from the life souls of other universes. It had never failed over the years. This time they had dealt with a young world-defying world and a person who had been sealed for 100,000 years. But they had failed miserably. What was most unacceptable to them was that they did not understand the process. It could be said that they had failed miserably. Guaning was in the clan, so she knew the process better. She didn't say anything, because everything she had believed in for so many years had collapsed. She had originally thought that the 6 Life Soul clans truly wanted all the universes to operate naturally. However, after experiencing the matter of the Great Life Soul, she knew that the 6 Life Soul clans had been wreaking havoc in various universes for many years. It was not to protect the natural operation of the universe. The 6 Life Soul clans wanted to control all the new universes to protect their supreme status and not let any latecomers surpass them. In particular, universe creators like Xinxiang would be severely punished the moment a new universe was born. Xinxiang had been able to survive and resist, but the others might not have been able to do so. Most of them had been sealed to death. Guaning also knew that it was impossible for her to convince the clan elders. This was because the Kuan clan was one of the 6 Life Soul clans. They had definitely participated in many such matters. Guaning could only remain silent about everything she had experienced in the world-defying world. When she learned of the outcome of the 6 Life Soul clans attacking the world-defying world, she was rather surprised because Xinxiang had been able to stop it. Chapter 41:24. Xinxiang could not enter the 100 Flowers world. Although Hua Shangyue and the others often joked that they wanted to disguise him as a girl and bring him into play, he still did not dare to. He was afraid that he would cause unnecessary trouble after entering. Right now, he could only contact Lu Menger and see if she could think of a way to get Xue Xianxian to come to the 100 Flowers building. Xin Xiang had also told Lu Menger, Xiao Xianglin, and the others about what he had discussed with the mother of Tian clan. When Yan Xilan found out about the Forgetting Fate mantra, he, like Xin Xiang, hated the 6 clans of life soul very much. Lu Menger would make Xue Xianxian come to the 100 Flowers building, while Xue Xianxian was cultivating in seclusion. The mother of Tian clan had given them a lot of cultivation techniques, as well as various cultivation resources and tools to assist in cultivation. Therefore, they had been in closed-door cultivation during this period of time, and they would be heading to the absolute monarch sanctuary soon. Knowing that Xue Xianxian could come, his mood improved a lot, and then he went to find Long Jiuxiao. Long Jiuxiao had long known that Xin Xiang was going to the outer world, and this time, Xin Xiang had come to find him to discuss the matter of the world-defying stage. Uncle Long, you should cultivate in the world-defying stage first. When you are strong enough, it won't be too late to head to the absolute monarch sanctuary. Xin Xiang said, the power of the ancient code and the great life soul of the world-defying stage will take care of you, allowing you to quickly become stronger in a short period of time. If it wasn't for you, we might not even know what this universe is like now. Those 6 clans of life soul must be very strong, and I know that you will look for them. But I still hope that when you have absolute confidence, it won't be too late to look for them. Long Jiuxiao warned. Uncle Long, I won't be impulsive. Please rest assured. Xin Xiang laughed, then took out a pearl and said, this thing can allow you to sense the great life soul and the power of the ancient code. When you need help, you can find them. I'll try my best not to trouble them. After Long Jiuxiao accepted it, he nodded his head. Currently, in the world-defying stage, there were a large number of outsiders working as slaves to mine all sorts of holy-level resources. The entire world-defying stage would welcome a huge increase in the future. Shen Xiang could not foresee how the world-defying stage of nirvana would grow in the future. With regards to the world-defying stage, Shen Xiang did not have anything to worry about now. He had already entered the rhythm of an orderly operation, and Long Jiuxiao and the others could completely control the entire situation. Shen Xiang waited for 2 days and learned that Xue Xianxian had come to the 100 Flowers Tower. In these 2 days, he had refined a lot of Sacred Soul Dan, and had even created a set of methods to refine Sacred Soul Dan for Hua Shangyue and the others to learn. They did not have a world-defying God furnace, so it was still very difficult for them to refine it. Even if they could learn it, they would not be able to refine too much. After carefully dressing up, Shen Xiang looked even more handsome, but he still couldn't hide the trace of immaturity on his face. Shen Xiang arrived at the 100 Flowers building and entered the highest floor. When he arrived at the hall, he only saw Yan Xilan. At this moment, Yan Xilan felt a little guilty, because not long after Xin Xiang recovered her memories, she was told by the Tian clan's mother that she could no longer help other women recover their memories. She was afraid that if this continued, it would trigger a backlash from the curse. Shen Xiang did not dare to continue taking the risk, because he did not know if he would trigger a backlash from the curse if he continued to help recover his memories. Perhaps, even if he helped 2 or 3 people recover, it would not be triggered. But he was afraid that if he lost the bet, many people who were related to him would be bitten by the curse, and the consequences would be severe. Where's Xian Xian? Xin Xiang asked in a low voice. In the room. Yan Xilan chuckled, tidied up Xin Xiang's clothes, and laughed. Little scoundrel, why do you look so nervous? Is that so? Shen Xiang laughed. Sister Zilan, how is Xianxian's mood right now? Did she become very fierce? It doesn't seem like much. She's always been the same, Yan Xilan said, but she should be a little angry right now, because the elder sister Meng, or wants her to meet a very important man. She should be unhappy. Is that so? So that's how it is. Shen Xiang laughed. Looks like I have to be careful. Yan Xilin walked over, lightly knocked on the door, and said, Xian Xian, young master Shen is here. Sister Zilan, I have a headache. Can I not see him? Xue Xianxian's voice came out. When Shen Xiang heard the voice that he had been dreaming about for tens of thousands of years, he could not help but become excited. He wanted to push the door open and enter, but he did not dare, as he was afraid of angering Xue Xianxian. Because Xue Xianxian did not remember him right now, he was a complete stranger in Xue Xianxian's eyes. Young Master Shen is not scary and he looks very cute. Yan Xilin laughed tenderly. He has helped our 100 Flowers world a lot and has even saved us before. Right now, he just needs your help. All right. Xue Xianxian said somewhat helplessly, then pushed the door open. Chapter 41:25. Xianxian, what's wrong? Shen Xiang asked anxiously. Yan Xilin also realized that something was wrong with Xue Xianxian, and immediately went forward to place his hand on her face and caressed it. My head hurts. Xue Xianxian glanced at Shen Xiang. His head hurt even more, and then he immediately closed his eyes. At this time, Xue Xianxian also released the green dragon demon slayer. Yan Xilin, on the other hand, hurriedly carried Xue Xianxian and walked into the room to put her down. Xue Xianxian's head hurt so much that she closed her eyes tightly. She did not make a sound as she endured the pain. Shen Xiang kept the green dragon demon slayer and immediately went to investigate Xue Xianxian's soul. He only discovered that her situation was very chaotic, and he did not know what was going on. What's going on? Yan Xilin was very worried. It might be the green dragon demon slayer that triggered the consciousness in the depths of her soul. Shen Xiang was also very worried at the moment, as he focused his mind to investigate the situation of Xue Xianxian's soul. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation came over. It was the mother of the Tian clan. When the mother of the Tian clan arrived, she saw the door to the room open and anxiously walked in. Seeing Xue Xianxian's appearance, she shouted in shock, What's wrong? Did you help her recover her memories? No, I just showed her the green dragon demon slayer, and then it was like this. Shen Xiang anxiously said, Mother of the Tian clan, quickly take a look at what's wrong with Xianxian. Xue Xianxian's situation had already exceeded Shen Xiang's understanding, because he could feel a very strong and strange power from within Xue Xianxian's soul. That strange power was something he could not control. In the past, when Shen Xiang faced the soul, he was very familiar with it and knew how to deal with all kinds of sudden situations. And the current situation of Xue Xianxian's soul caught him off guard. He had faced many situations that he had never seen before, but he could always quickly find the problem. Xue Xianxian was in even more pain now. She started to roll on the bed. Shen Xiang had no choice but to stop probing her soul. Mother of the Tian clan also took over at this moment. She also tried to investigate, and then her expression changed. What's wrong? Shen Xiang asked hurriedly. Wait a moment. Tian clan mother took out a pearl and placed it on Xue Xianxian's forehead. Xue Xianxian, who was in pain, gradually calmed down. Then she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Zilan, take care of Xianxian. Young Master Shen, let's talk outside. Seeing that Xue Xianxian had calmed down, Tian clan's mother also heaved a sigh of relief. Mother of Tian clan, thank you. Shen Xiang caressed Xue Xianxian's messy face and then walked out with Mother of Tian clan. At this moment, Yan Xilin was also carefully wiping Xue Xianxian's face, wiping off the paint that she had painted herself. Arriving at the hall outside, Shen Xiang hurriedly asked, Mother of Tian clan, what exactly is going on with Xianxian? Was he trying to recover his memories? I really didn't do anything. After the mother of the Sky clan sat down, she waved her hand and kept the bead. Qin Xiang, took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and handed it over to Mother of Tian clan. So that's how it is. Mother of Tian clan received the green dragon demon slayer and said, "It should be the dragon soul blade soul that caused her a lot of stimulation." "Is it the dragon soul blade soul that is hurting Xian Xian?" Xin Xiang immediately asked. "Of course not. The dragon soul blade soul awakened her memories. The dragon soul blade soul is not simple." Mother of Tian clan carefully inspected the green dragon demon slayer and exclaimed, "The dragon soul blade soul had been broken up before, and the dragon soul was originally a part of the slaughtering scarlet dragon." Shen Xiang naturally knew that it was not simple, but he never thought that even Mother of Tian clan would say that, and would actually be able to awaken Shui, Xianxian's memories. How is it not simple? Shan Xiang was a little suspicious. Little sister Xiao Jing should be the one who understood the dragon's soul blade soul the best, but she had never found anything special about it. In the period of time that Xin Xiang had obtained the green dragon demon slayer, he only felt that the dragon's soul blade soul could make the green dragon demon slayer stronger. Especially against the power of the evil demons, it had a stronger killing power. The power of the dragon soul seems to be able to eliminate the power of the karma laws. However, it is not completely able to suppress the power of the karma laws. Mother of Tian clan said, "It's just that it coincidentally destroyed the power of the karma laws in Xianxian's soul. Xianxian is my wife, and we have known each other since we were young. Furthermore, she was the one who participated in refining this blade." After that, Shen Xiang started to talk about the 4 symbols divine weapons. Chapter 41:26. The terrifying and strange power that Shen Xiang had felt from Shui Xianxian's soul was the power of the karma laws. This was because this kind of power was above the world-defying universe, or even any universe. Shen Xiang was only the creator of the world-defying universe. In the world-defying universe, it could be said that he was helpless against this kind of powerful and mysterious law power, which was why he felt fear in his heart. If Shui Xianxian could recover his memories, it would mean that this was a mysterious power that could restrain or eliminate the power of the karma laws. That was why Shui Xianxian was cut off from the Forgetting Origin mantra. Therefore, the Tian clan's mother was filled with anticipation for Shui Xianxian's next situation. If she could really recover her memories, this would be a very important discovery. The Heavenly Mother Spirit race was very clear about the terror of the taboo curse. If they could remove the curse in this way, then they might be able to grasp the power of the karma laws. The reason why the 6 clans of the Life Spirit were able to cast the taboo curse was not because they grasped the power of the karma laws. It was because they themselves had to pay a huge price and sacrifice a sacrifice in order to cast the curse successfully. If one could cast a curse without paying any price, that would be too terrifying. It would mean that one could cast a taboo curse on others without any restraint. At this moment, the mother of the Tian clan felt that Shen Xiang was even more terrifying, and that he was hiding an extremely terrifying power. If one day Shen Xiang could grasp this kind of power and cast the taboo curse at will, the doomsday of the 6 clans of the Life Spirit would come. The mother of the Tian clan still did not understand the situation, so she did not say much to Shen Xiang. She was afraid that Shen Xiang would do something rash. Shen Xiang himself had long thought of it. The killing scarlet dragon soul was very important. Eating that pellet caused the pale god of the world-defying universe. Although his body was torn apart, he obtained a very strong power. Therefore, he had to do his best to find the other fragments of the killing scarlet dragon soul and revive it. Shui Xianxian was still asleep, while Xin Xiang and the mother of the Tian clan waited patiently in the hall. At this moment, the mother of the Tian clan was only resting with her eyes closed and did not chat with Xin Xiang. It was obvious that she was resting, or perhaps she was sending a portion of her consciousness to hand over some matters to the clan. The mother of the Tian clan did not come to the world with her main body. She split a portion of her soul and clones, while her main body was still in charge of the clan. After waiting for about 5 hours, it was already dark. At this time, Yen Xiaolin opened the door and shouted softly, "Xian Xian is awake!" Xinxiang immediately walked over and asked, "How is she now?" "Does she look energetic? Is your consciousness affected in any way?" Matriarch of the Sky clan asked. "It looks like she's still the same as before. It seems like she hasn't recovered her memories." Yen Xiaolin said, "She's very energetic now. Sigh, it is indeed difficult to transcend the law of karma." The celestial matriarch sighed in disappointment. "Can I see her?" Xinxiang asked. He was also worried that he would agitate Shui Xianxian's emotions. "I'll ask her." Yen Xiaolin once again entered the room. After a while, he walked out and nodded toward Xinxiang. "She is willing to see you. She said she wants to talk to you in private." Xinxiang immediately walked into the room, and then Yen Xiaolin closed the door. After entering the room, Xinxiang did not see Shui Xianxian and immediately frowned. He then released his consciousness, but suddenly discovered that Shui Xianxian was hiding behind him. Xinxiang turned around and saw a beautiful woman wearing a snow-white dress smiling at him. This was Shui Xianxian, who had washed her face and changed her clothes. When she smiled, she had a shallow and pretty dimple. When Xinxiang saw this otherworldly beauty, he immediately sighed in his heart. This was his Xianxian. At this moment, Shui Xianxian looked elegant and beautiful, but there was also a trace of maturity and beauty. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of charm, making her look even more beautiful and moving. "Xianxian!" Xinxiang could not help but shout out. "Brat, who are you? Call me that." Shui Xianxian crossed his arms across his chest and chuckled. "I say, young Master Xin, I haven't decided to marry you yet. Don't act like I'm very familiar with you." "Ugh. Miss Shui, I was rude just now." Xinxiang immediately apologized. He was also very disappointed that Shui Xianxian did not recover his memories. But seeing this peerlessly beautiful wife of his once again, Xinxiang was also very satisfied. "Elder Sister Meng asked me to come see you because she wanted to marry me to you. You have helped our 100 Flowers world a lot. Elder Sister Meng, and the others all want to repay you, right?" Shui Xianxian's beautiful eyes flickered, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking at the moment. Chapter 41:27. The next morning, Xinxiang and Shui Xianxian came out of their room. Mother of Tian clan and Yen Xiaolin were not in the hall outside. "Xianxian, I'm preparing to go to the sacred domain. We should be able to meet again soon." Xinxiang sat at the table, picked up a fruit, and gave it to Shui Xianxian to eat. "I still can't bear to part with it. We've been separated for so long, and now that we've just reunited, we have to part ways." Shui Xianxian sighed softly. "You've just recovered your memories, which means that we haven't been apart for long. What's there to be reluctant about?" Xinxiang laughed. "Elder brother Xiang, but you've been sealed for 100,000 years, and you've suffered so much in the past 100,000 years." Shui Xianxian's heart ached when he thought about it. "It's nothing, it's all in the past." Xinxiang laughed. It was indeed all in the past. In these 100,000 years he had not been sealed to death, but it had greatly strengthened his soul. Although he had missed 100,000 years, he could still quickly grow up. Elder Sister Meng, and the others have been cultivating recently, right? Say hello to them for me. Xinxiang caressed Shui Xianxian's beautiful face. His eyes filled with reluctance. "Got it. Anyway, we will be able to head to the sacred domain very soon if we cooperate with the Heavenly Mother's spirit race this time." Shui Xianxian nodded his head lightly, then broke off half of the fruit and fed it to Xinxiang. Mother of Tian clan and Yen Xiaolin also pushed open the door and entered the hall. "Young Master Xin, prepare to set off." Mother of Tian clan said, Today is a chance to leave the world-defying stage. Have you finished dealing with the matters here? I still have something to do. Mother of Tian clan, please wait here for a moment. Shen Xiang wanted to find Long Jiuxiao, and then he had to explain the matter to Lei Na. Only then would he be able to go to the sacred domain at ease. After chatting with Long Jiuxiao for more than 2 hours, Shen Xiang returned to the 100 Flowers Tower and brought Lei Na over, instructing her to listen to the arrangements of the 100 Flowers world. Seeing Lei Na, the divine Thunder Shakyamuni, the mother of Tian clan, was also surprised. She never thought that Shen Xiang would be able to subdue such a person. Shen Xiang had also given Lei some Holy Soul Dan, so she didn't have any objections to staying in the world-defying stage world. Furthermore, she could also cultivate the techniques given to her by the mother of Tian clan. Reina also warned Shen Xiang, after going to the sacred domain, to be careful of the wild beast Shakyamuni. Wild beast Shakyamuni would definitely find him for revenge. Previously, wild beast Shakyamuni had entered the world-defying stage, but because he did not succeed in seizing the great life soul, he left in a hurry. Mad beast Shakyamuni had yet to tell the All Heavens Palace about Shen Xiang, because he still held onto the hope of snatching the green dragon demon slayer from Shen Xiang's hands. Therefore, he couldn't let the All Heavens Palace know about the existence of such a person. Wild beast Shakyamuni was definitely waiting for Shen Xiang to enter the sacred domain. He knew that with Shen Xiang's strength, it was impossible for him to continue staying in the world-defying stage. He would definitely think of a way to go to the sacred domain. In the world-defying stage, his cultivation was restricted, so wild beast Shakyamuni was unable to unleash his true strength. But in the sacred domain, most of his power could be released, and at that time, dealing with Shen Xiang would be very easy. Shen Xiang hugged Shui Xianxian and Yan Xilin one last time, then followed the mother of Tian clan out of the Yanheng territory. The mother of Tian clan flew in the air with Shen Xiang. She did not use any spatial teleportation techniques, but instead flew directly. Mother of Tian clan, why do we have to leave the Yanheng territory in order to head to the sacred domain? Shen Xiang asked. The spatial walls of the world-defying stage are currently very sturdy. It's not easy to open a secret passage. In the Yanheng territory, there will be a lot of commotion, so it's better to be outside. The mother of Tian clan laughed. Young Master Shen, don't worry. I will definitely bring you to the sacred domain. If the mother of Tian clan did not bring him there, Shen Xiang might have to spend a lot of effort to run out. After leaving the Yanheng territory, the mother of Tian clan brought Shen Xiang to the air above a sea. Biar, let's open the way here. The mother of Tian clan looked at the sky, then released a white pearl. At first, the pearl was very small, but it gradually grew larger until it was the size of a small house. Let's go in. The mother of Tian clan grabbed Shen Xiang's arm and brought him into the big pearl. After entering, the mother of Tian clan immediately activated the pearl to move and began to penetrate the spatial wall of the world-defying stage. The commotion during this process was not small. At first, it was shaking nonstop, but later on there were even buzzing sounds. Chapter 41:28. Although Shen Xiang moved to avoid the bead at the first time, he was still affected by the energy of the explosion and rushed him out. What was inconceivable to him was that after arriving at the sacred domain, he actually felt that his body was extremely heavy, causing him to become extremely slow. The gravity he endured in the sacred domain was at least a few hundred times that of the world-defying stage, so he was unable to immediately distance himself from the explosion, causing him to be sent flying. Young Master Shen, are you all right? Mother of the Tian clan hurriedly grabbed the injured Shen Xiang and quickly left the beach. In the distance, a large group of people were rushing over. Their speed was extremely fast, and from time to time, they would send out waves of energy towards Mother of the Tian clan. Although Mother of the Tian clan was an old woman, she was still very agile. Even with Shen Xiang, she was still able to avoid the attacks from behind. Xinxiang's entire body was burning with pain. His body had already suffered severe burns. He did not know if it was the energy from the explosion of the spatial pearl or the energy from the enemies. This kind of injury was something he did not dare to imagine when he was in the world-defying stage. Mother of the Tian clan had said before that the people of the sacred domain were all very strong. At that time, Chen Xiang did not really believe it, but now that he felt the terrifying energy waves coming from behind him, he could be considered to know how terrifying the power of the sacred domain was. However, he was even more amazed by the power of the laws of the world. It was actually able to restrict the people of the sacred domain and the divine realm to such a weak state. Otherwise, if the people of the sacred domain went to the world-defying stage, they would really be able to destroy the world there. Mother of the Tian clan who attacked us. Shen Xiang was still being carried on Mother of the Tian clan's shoulders. Enemy, let's talk about it after we shake them off. Mother of the Tian clan wanted to focus on escaping. She was only a clone right now, and with the Shen Xiang, she was not a match for that group of people. There were dozens of people in that group, and Mother of the Tian clan could not beat them. Do you want me to use the 6 realms mirrors? Shen Xiang was injured by the group of people, so he was somewhat angry in his heart. Right now, they could only run away, feeling extremely sullen. With Shen Xiang's personality, he definitely wanted to fight back. No, do not expose the 6 realms mirrors, the Mother of the Tian clan said. Try not to let the Life Soul 6 clans know that your 6 realms mirrors is very powerful. Although the Mother of the Sky clan was only a clone and often could not beat those people, it was not a problem for her to take Xinxiang and run away. Shen Xiang originally planned to release the ape demon servant of the 6 realms mirrors, but after careful consideration, he decided to give up because they still didn't know who the enemy was. If the enemy could restrain the demonic ape dragon, then their sacrifice would have been in vain. More than 4 hours later, the Mother of the Tian clan brought Xinxiang into a large mountain and gradually shook off those people. Furthermore, she erased all traces along the way and was now very safe. However, the Mother of the Tian clan still carried Xinxiang over the mountains. Only at night did the Mother of the Tian clan put down Xinxiang. They were currently on top of a tall mountain. The night sky of the sacred region was very special. There was a very large moon, but the moonlight was very faint, causing the moon to not be very bright. Then, there were dozens of bull-sized stars floating in the sky. Those stars should be very close to the ground, which is why they looked so big. Xinxiang was severely injured. His entire back was burned until it was blurry, and even his bones could be seen. With Shen Xiang's powerful body, he was actually injured so severely. It could be seen how terrifying that energy was. Mother of the Tian clan, those guys have arrived. Where did they come from? Xinxiang asked while lying on the ground. The Mother of the Tian clan took out a special medicinal liquid and smeared it on Xinxiang's back. I don't know, but I can be sure that they are all from the All Heavens Palace camp. The Mother of the Tian clan said, the All Heavens Palace of the sacred region is not as weak as the world-defying stage. Of course I know. I just didn't expect them to be so strong. Shen Xiang indeed knew that the people of the sacred region were extremely strong, but he didn't have a specific idea until he was attacked just now. They have a magic tool that can sense the fluctuations in the spatial tunnel and then track down the things that come out of the spatial tunnel. The Mother of the Tian clan said, if they are not from the All Heavens Palace camp, they will immediately attack. How are they sure that we are not from the All Heavens Palace camp? Xinxiang asked doubtfully. The pearl that we used to travel here has exploded. Then, how are we going to go back in the future? Chapter 41:29. Mother of the Tian clan, naturally, did not know that Xinxiang wanted to take revenge. Even if she did, she felt that it was impossible, because even she couldn't remember the people who attacked them just now. However, Shen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors had remembered, and could even remember the enemy's aura. When the time came, as long as he approached, he would be able to sense it. Shen Xiang took out his 6 realms mirrors at this time. Seeing Shen Xiang playing with the divine mirror, mother of the Tian clan panicked. Young Master Shin, they all said that you can't take out the divine mirror. Quickly put it away. Mother of the Tian clan was very worried that the 6 realms mirrors would be discovered by others. 6 realms mirrors is not a universe life soul. It doesn't have many special energy fields, so it won't be discovered. Shin Xiang felt that Mother of the Tian clan was too worried and laughed. Don't worry, I understand the divine mirror the best. How could it be so easy to be discovered? Mother of the Tian clan tried to sense it, but she did not discover any special energy fluctuations from the 6 realms mirrors, so she did not say anything else. Shen Xiang looked at the mirror and discovered that there were many specks of light around the mountain they were on. Mother of the Tian clan, are you sure you haven't been followed along the way? Shen Xiang asked. I found a lot of guys hiding nearby. Shen Xiang pointed to the 6 realms mirrors and said, they did not attack. They should still be at the foot of the mountain. Not good. They want to set up a formation to seal this mountain. Mother of the Tian clan saw that the people were scattered around the mountain and anxiously said, let's hurry and rush down. It's the group of people who attacked us before. Why are they chasing us so closely? Shin Xiang used the soul undulations recorded by the 6 realms mirrors to analyze them and confirmed that it was the group of people from before. Maybe they found out about my existence. One of the 6 clans of the life soul behind the All-Heaven Palace, which is also the evil race, has a grudge with me. Furthermore, their clan's secret technique can mark my soul and track me within a certain distance. Mother of the Tian clan sighed. I was already very careful, but I was still marked by them. It should be the legendary soul-chasing mantra. Shen Xiang was a little surprised by this technique. After all, the celestial matriarch's attainments in the soul were very high. Even she was marked. Mother of the Tian clan, why don't we take my 6 realms mirrors? Shin Xiang said we can fly away. No, it can't fly. I'll think of another way. The celestial matriarch took out her storage magic treasure and looked at the things inside. It seemed like she was going to use some holy talismans. Why can't I fly? Shin Xiang whispered. The mother of the Sky clan did not reply. Shen Xiang also remembered that the Tian clan's mother had carried him all the way here. She didn't fly, and neither did the enemies chasing after them. This meant that it was very difficult to fly in the saint level. There was a powerful law power that restricted most creatures from flying, most likely to maintain balance. After all, flying was the innate ability of some special creatures, such as birds and flying insects. As for other creatures, they used the powerful energy in their bodies to lift their bodies into the air. This would endanger the natural ecological environment of those flying species. Therefore, there would be a natural law power that would restrict most species from flying. In the world-defying stage, flying magic treasures could fly, but not in the sacred domain. Shin Xiang remembered that there were many people from the sacred domain who had very good flying magic treasures in their hands. Logically speaking, flying magic treasures should be able to be used in the sacred domain. However, even with the status of the mother of the Sky clan, she did not use it. If a magic treasure could fly, then it meant that it really couldn't fly. The sacred domain used to be able to use flying magic treasures, but it lost its effectiveness later on. It lost its effectiveness during this period of time. The mother of the Sky clan said, "It's the same over at the divine realm. Right now, only species that are born with the ability to fly can naturally soar in the air. Can you subdue flying beasts as mounts?" Shen Xiang asked. Yes, but beasts that can fly while carrying people are all very powerful. The higher you go in the air, the heavier your body will become. Ordinary flying beasts won't be able to withstand it. The mother of the Sky clan took out a few holy talismans. Let's try the 6 realms mirrors. I think it should be able to fly. Shan Xiang said, then injected his power into it and tried it out. The 6 realms mirrors could indeed float in the air. Chapter 4130. Shen Xiang and the mother of the Tian clan were sitting on the mirror surface of the 6 realms mirrors. So through the mirror surface, they could see many dots of light appear on the mirror surface. Although they kept a distance from them, they were still chasing after them. Those specks of light are the enemies chasing after us. It seems like we can't shake them off. Shen Xiang asked little sister Xiaojing and found out that during the flight of the 6 realms mirrors, it consumed a lot of heavenly jewels. Flying in an environment like the absolute monarch sanctuary required an even greater amount of energy. If they continued to fly like this, once all of their heavenly jewels were consumed, they would not be able to continue flying. Then what should we do? Mother of the Tian clan was also a little anxious. Do we really have to make a move? Mother of the Tian clan, are you really unable to beat them? Shan Xiang did not want to continue flying like this. The consumption of heavenly jewels was too fast, his heart was bleeding. It was as if his flesh was being cut. When he was in the world-defying stage, he had plundered a lot of heavenly jewels from the powers beyond the heavens, but he had to leave a portion for Long Jiuxiao and the others. He had brought a large number of heavenly jewels with him, but according to the consumption rate of the 6 realms mirrors, he would quickly empty his heavenly jewels. If my original body was here, then there would definitely be no problem. I only have a small portion of my soul, and my body is not the strongest. Mother of the Tian clan sighed. There are more than 10 people still chasing after us. They should all be relatively strong. The flight of the 6 realms mirrors consumed a large amount of heavenly jewels. If we continue to fly, my heavenly jewels will be used up. At that time, we won't be able to fly anymore. Shen Xiang voiced out his worries. Actually, he did not feel sorry for the heavenly jewels. If he could really shake off the pursuers behind him, wasting those heavenly jewels was nothing. However, the problem was that the mother of the Tian clan was unable to shake off those enemies after being afflicted with the soul-chasing mantra. Furthermore, the speed of the 6 realms mirrors was not particularly fast, so it was unable to pull away from them. Looks like I can only sacrifice my body and soul. Mother of the Tian clan sighed helplessly and said, Young Master Shin, I will tell you how to find my old friend and let you join him. Mother of the Tian clan, I have another way. I just don't know if it will work. Shen Xiang still had a trump card. They were the demonic ape dragon poison and the demonic shadow divine soul. However, he wasn't sure if the demonic ape dragon's poison would work, and he didn't know how strong the demonic shadow's divine soul was. Tell me, the mother of the Sky clan did not doubt Shen Xiang's ability at all. I have a poison that should be considered strong in the sacred domain, but I don't know if those enemies can block it. Shen Xiang said, the demonic ape dragon poison was indeed a name that struck fear into the hearts of many forces in the holy region. But the enemy they were facing right now was the All Heavens Hall. Let me see. Matriarch of the Sky clan said. Shen Xiang took out a detoxification dan and handed it over. Mother of the Tian clan, keep this detoxification dan first. If you are poisoned, bite it and swallow it immediately. The mother of the Tian clan took it and immediately put it in her mouth. The venom is inside. Shen Xiang took out a very small bottle and handed it over. The celestial matriarch opened it, her expression changing slightly. It's quite poisonous. It looks quite powerful. She poured a drop on her palm and saw that her palm quickly turned black. In an instant, it spread to her wrist. In the blink of an eye, her entire face turned black and her eyes became bloodshot. This scared the mother of the Tian clan so much that she immediately bit the detoxification dan and then her expression became better. What kind of poison is this? The mother of the Tian clan took a deep breath and quickly asked. Not only is the poison shocking her, the detoxification dan's effect is also terrifying. The demonic ape dragon poison was refined by Shen Xiang. It was refined before, and he was constantly improving it. It could be said that it was getting stronger and stronger, to the point that even the mother of the demonic ape dragon could not recognize it. "It's a poison that I refined," Xinxiang said. "Can this poison deal with those enemies?" Mother of the Tian clan thought about the annihilation of the 10 million divine horned beast army, and that was done by Xinxiang alone. She couldn't help but shiver. Xinxiang came to the sacred domain prepared. That poison was something he had prepared for many days to protect himself. Chapter 41:31. Xinxiang was rather curious about Mother of Tian clan's old friend. After all, this was the sacred domain, and Mother of Tian clan came from a higher space. How could she have an old friend in the sacred domain? "Mother of Tian clan, you have to keep things about me a secret," Xinxiang said in a low voice. "I'm in the sacred domain. Can I use the name Xinxiang? Actually, there aren't many people who know about you. As long as you don't cause any trouble and aren't that famous, no one will find out," Mother of Tian clan said. "You can rest assured, I will not tell my old friend about you." "Mother of Tian clan, is he here yet?" Xinxiang looked around, but did not find anything. "Not yet, just now. It was just a talisman that flew over. He gave me a signal. He will be here soon," Mother of Tian clan said. "Let's wait a little longer. Can you tell me more about him? I want to know more about him in advance." Xinxiang was not worried that he would meet bad people because he had the clear eyes soul talent, which could see a person's character. His name is Ku Yuanfei, an elder of the Great Kuan sect. The Great Kuan sect is a sect. Although it is not ranked in the sacred domain, it hides its strength and is not as high profile as the supreme sacred sect. Mother of Tian clan said, "Great Kuan sect? Is it related to the 6 clans of the life spirit?" Xinxiang thought of the Kuan clan. Guan Ying was from the Kuan clan. Xinxiang had not contacted her yet, so he did not know what was going on with her. Back then, he had helped Guan Ying grow her hair. Furthermore, something had happened to her uncle Guan San, so he would definitely be interrogated by the elders. Behind the Great Kuan sect is one of the 6 clans of the life spirit, the Kuan clan. Mother of Tian clan nodded. "But it doesn't matter. Yuan Fizi is a good person." Hearing that the Great Kuan sect was related to the 6 clans of the life spirit, Xinxiang felt a little uncomfortable. That's not good. After all, that's the territory of the Kuan clan. Xinxiang suddenly felt a little disgusted. "Young Master Xin, I'm not asking you to stay there for a long time. Once you've adapted to the environment of the sanctuary and your strength has improved a little, you can leave." The Mother of the Sky clan said, "I have been placed with a soul-chasing curse. It is not convenient for you to follow me. Also, I have to go to the Mother of the Sky Soul Race's territory in the sacred domain. You cannot go." "All right, that's the only way." At this point, Xinxiang could only do so. He was indeed too weak now, and he did not have many heavenly jewels left. As long as he could get a large number of heavenly jewels, he would be able to fly through the 6 realms mirrors and be even safer. "This is the remaining poison. Take it back. Use it carefully." Mother of the Tian clan returned the remaining bottles to Xinxiang. "You can keep it. I still have some here." Xinxiang pushed it back and said, "You can keep it for self-defense." With that, Xinxiang took out a bottle of detoxification pills and handed it over to Mother Tian and said, "These are detoxification pills." The Mother of the Sky clan also needed these poisons. After all, her current strength was not very strong. If she had these poisons to defend herself, even if she was surrounded by strong enemies, she would be able to escape. "Young Master Xin, you must remember, when you use those poisons, you must not be seen by anyone. Even Ku Yuanfei can't. Although he is my old friend, he dislikes this kind of thing." The Mother of the Sky clan warned, "In the sacred domain, many people are against this kind of strong poison. I know they are against it. Isn't it because they haven't mastered it? If you give it to them, They will definitely be happier than anyone else. Xinxiang laughed. He's here, the mother of the Sky Clan hurriedly said in a low voice, indicating for Xinxiang to stop talking. Very quickly, an elegant, blue-robed old man rode a golden horse and galloped over. It was very difficult to fly in the sacred domain, and it was tiring to travel by oneself, so fast mounts were very popular. This blue-robed old man's hair was black and white. It was neatly combed and tied into a bun. His clothes were clean and neat. When he saw the mother of the Sky Clan, he immediately jumped down and bowed. "Greetings, Martial Aunt!" Xinxiang was startled. Didn't they say they were old friends? How could it be Martial Nephew? "Yuan Fizi, we have been old friends for so many years. Why are you still so polite?" The mother of the Sky Clan laughed. "Martial Aunt, what's the urgent matter?" Ku Yuanfei looked at Xinxiang and felt that he was a very handsome and pleasing to the eye youth. "Little brother, this is the old friend I mentioned, Ku Yuanfei." The mother of the Sky Clan glanced at Xinxiang and said with a smile, "Say hello." "Greetings, Senior Ku." Xinxiang also bowed politely. "Yuan Fizi." Little brother Xinxiang was entrusted by a friend of mine. He asked me to help take care of him for a while, but I was placed with the soul-chasing curse, and now I am being closely watched by the All-Heavens Palace. Chapter 4132. With Ku Yuanfei leading the way, Xinxiang was able to pass through the gate with ease. However, it was not so easy for the others. They had to undergo all sorts of inspections, and even their storage magic treasures had to be checked. Furthermore, Ku Yuanfei was able to ride a horse inside with Xinxiang, while the others had to dismount. It could be seen that Ku Yuanfei's position in the Great Kuan sect was extremely high. The interior of this sect was like a bustling city. There were actually shops and such. Xinxiang had thought that this was just a pure sect, but now it seemed that it was still a large city. However, the people in the sect were all disciples of the Great Kuan sect. The people who opened the shops mainly came from some large chamber of commerce. They had to pay taxes and rent when doing business in the Great Kuan sect. There were some things that the sect could not provide to the disciples, but the large businesses could. Therefore, the Great Kuan sect operated the sect in this way. The sect was mainly responsible for teaching the disciples to cultivate or obtaining some reliable information. Then, they would be brought out by some powerful elders to gain experience in a relatively safe environment. In addition, they could develop their own connections in the sect. This was also very useful. After all, disciples who could enter a large sect would more or less have some strength behind them. After Xinxiang entered the Great Kuan sect, he was only thinking about how to earn heavenly jewels in a low-key manner. The divine mirror of 6 realms required a large number of heavenly jewels to fly. Flying was a very rare ability in the current sanctuary realm. Even a big shot like Ku Yuanfei couldn't fly. He could only ride on beasts that ran on land. There were many disciples in the Great Kuan sect. In order not to attract too much attention, Xinxiang put on a mask and a hood before entering. He lowered his head and silently followed behind Ku Yuanfei. Ku Yuanfei was an elder, so he received a lot of attention. On the way, many people would stop and wake up when they saw Ku Yuanfei. Ku Yuanfei was quite kind and amiable to Xinxiang, but he was cold to the other disciples. He did not even look at them. Not long after, Xinxiang followed Ku Yuanfei to the door of a small villa. The surroundings of this small villa were very quiet, and there weren't many people around. This meant that idle disciples were not allowed to enter the vicinity of the elder's residence. "Little brother Xin, you will live here in the future. I will give you a pass token later. With the pass token, you can freely pass through." Ku Yuanfei waved his hand, and the door of the small villa opened. Xinxiang followed him in, and then simply observed the layout of the small villa. There was a very large garden, a small pond, a rockery, a courtyard, and so on. The environment was very good, and it felt very close to nature. The houses were also rather classical wooden houses. There were more than a dozen of them, big and small. At this time, a round-faced girl in white with long braids ran over and shouted happily, "Father, you're finally back! I've been waiting for you for a long time." Shen Xiang was a little surprised. Ku Yuanfei looked quite old, yet he actually had such a young daughter. "Yameng, we have guests. Be polite." Ku Yuanfei quickly dismounted from his horse, smiled and touched his daughter's head, and then said to Shen Xiang, "Little brother Shen, this is my little daughter, Ku Yameng." Shen Xiang also jumped down from the horseback, then took off his mask and hood, revealing his very handsome face and also with a friendly and sunny smile. The little girl in front of her was stunned for a moment. After coming over, she quickly lowered her head with a red face and did not dare to look directly at Shen Xiang. "Hello, Yameng. I am Shen Xiang." Shen Xiang said with a smile. "Hello, elder brother Shen." Ku Yameng timidly raised her head and glanced at Shen Xiang. Ku Yameng was not a very beautiful woman. She could only be said to be cute, but her eyes were very beautiful. They were filled with an innocent and quick-witted light, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Because she was not a great beauty, Ku Yameng would be somewhat shy and inferior in front of a handsome man like Shen Xiang. Seeing Shen Xiang was very easygoing with his little daughter, Ku Yuanfei was also very happy and said with a smile, "Yameng, a good friend asked me to help him take care of little brother Shen Xiang, so he will live here for a while." "Father, who is your good friend?" Ku Yameng looked at Shen Xiang again. She felt that the more she looked at him, the more good-looking he was, but she did not dare to look at him too much. "A very old friend. When I met her, you were not even born yet." Ku Yuanfei laughed and said, "Well, you take little brother Shin to the empty small building by the pool. I will make a pass for him, and you help little brother Shin clean up." "Yes, father." Ku Yameng quickly nodded. She was very happy in her heart, because this small villa had a little guest who looked a little older than her and was also very good-looking. After Ku Yuanfei left, Ku Yameng quickly said politely, "Elder brother Shin, please come with me. We will go to the small building by the pool. It has been empty for a long time. There should be a lot of dust. I will help you clean it up." "Yameng, is Senior Ku's only child?" Shen Xiang followed behind the jumping Ku Yameng and asked in a low voice. Chapter 41:33. Shen Xiang is really a little annoyed because he is too handsome. After all, he is too eye-catching. If he doesn't want to be so obvious, he has to disguise himself or wear a mask. "Yameng, you are also very good-looking. Why don't your brothers and sisters treat you well?" Shen Xiang asked. He really feels that Ku Yameng is very pleasing to the eye. "Brother Shen, don't laugh at me. My appearance in the great Kuan sect is rated as below average." Ku Yameng gently bit her lips and lowered her head in sadness. She now feels even more inferior. What? Below average? They even categorize appearance? Shen Xiang is extremely surprised by this. And in any case, I'm the worst. In the great Kuan sect, there are some shops or restaurants that don't allow people with inferior appearances to enter. There are even some streets that don't allow people with inferior appearances to enter. The more Ku Yameng spoke, the more wronged she felt. She said with a sad face, "Brother Shin, you will soon be like them and no longer play with me." "How can that be?" Shen Xiang laughed and said, "Yameng, whether a person is good-looking or not is not determined by their face. It also depends on whether their heart is beautiful or not. Your heart is very beautiful." Shen Xiang can indeed see that Ku Yameng is a girl with a beautiful heart. He can see that Ku Yameng's character is very good. "Brother Shin, you are really a good person. You know how to comfort me." Ku Yameng sighed softly and said, "When you stay in the great Kuan sect for a period of time, you will know how humiliating it is to be with me. My brothers and sisters don't even recognize me as their sister outside." She seems to be used to this kind of thing. "How about this? I'll dress up ugly and be with you. As Shanxiang spoke, he took out a special paint and smeared it on the left side of his face. Suddenly, a large black patch appeared. "Ah, Brother Shin, what are you doing?" Ku Yameng was frightened when she saw Shinxiang's appearance. "I also have an inferior appearance now, right?" Shinxiang giggled and said, "I don't care what others think of me." Ku Yameng was stunned. Now Shinxiang had a palm-sized black birthmark on the left side of his face. However, in her eyes, Shinxiang was still very good-looking. "Yameng, you have to remember, you have to live for yourself, not to live in the eyes of others. If you live in the eyes of others, you will be very concerned about what others think of you. It will be very tiring to live like this." Shinxiang touched Ku Yameng's head and smiled. Ku Yameng looked at Shinxiang with her eyes wide open and nodded repeatedly. She suddenly felt that Shinxiang was so amiable and easygoing. This was the feeling of a big brother that she had imagined for a long time. In the eyes of 100 people, you may be 100 different things. You can't live according to their views, can you? Shinxiang smiled and said, "Let's go. We'll be good friends from now on. We're both low grade, good-looking people." Shinxiang held Ku Yameng's hand and walked towards the small building beside the pool. "Elder brother Shin, you look only 2 or 3 years older than me. But why do I feel that you're as old as my father? Especially the way you speak, it's extremely similar to his." Ku Yameng also revealed a smile. She suddenly felt that she had said something wrong and hurriedly said in a panic, "Elder brother Shin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that you're old. I just feel that you and father understand these principles very well." It's fine. It's because elder brother Shin has experienced a lot since he was young, so he knows a lot." Shinxiang giggled. "Yameng, I came out from the deep mountains and forests, so I don't know anything about these big sections. You have to bring me along in the future." "Is that so?" "Well, I'm very knowledgeable in this aspect. Elder brother Shin, if you have anything you don't understand, just ask me." Seeing that she could help Shinxiang, Ku Yameng was inexplicably happy. "Yameng, what realm are you at now?" Shinxiang asked curiously, "With your current age, your realm, and strength, what level are you at in the Great Kuan sect?" "I am at the peak of the Sage Realm. The Sage Realm is divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, perfection, and peak," Ku Yameng said. "Under the age of 15, according to strength, I am ranked first in the Great Kuan sect." "What?" Shanxiang was shocked. This little girl was actually a genius. "Elder brother Shin, is there something wrong?" Ku Yameng was worried that she had said something wrong. "Then what about your brother and sister? Are they stronger than you?" Shinxiang asked again. "They are ranked between the ages of 15 and 20, and they are all ranked in the 10th place. They have just broken through to the Sage Realm and stepped into the Great Sage Realm. If I step into the Great Sage Realm, I might be able to rank higher than them." Ku Yameng was quite confident in her own strength. "You're a genius, aren't you popular?" Shinxiang felt that it was very strange. "Because I'm not good-looking, I'm a low-grade beauty, so they don't welcome me, and the others don't dare to get close to me. I don't know why." Ku Yameng was quite sad when she talked about this. Chapter 41:34. Ku Yameng looked as if she knew that an evil spirit had come to find her. She was scared out of her wits. "Brother Shin, let's hide." Ku Yameng hurriedly pulled Shinxiang to hide. Shinxiang felt that it was necessary to confront Ku Yameng's evil sister. He would be living here for a period of time in the future. If he were to cower now, what would happen in the future? "Yameng, it was your father who asked you to bring me here. You didn't do anything wrong." Shinxiang said softly, "Don't be afraid. Your father will be back soon. When that time comes, the one who will be in trouble will be your sister." Ku Yameng seemed to have an instinctive fear of her sister. Whenever she heard her sister's voice, she would be scared out of her wits. It could be seen that she had been living under the shadow of her brother and sister for many years. Hearing Shinxiang's words, Ku Yameng recalled that it was her father who allowed her to come. He even asked her to help clean up. She didn't do anything wrong. The woman who walked in was tall. She wore a light blue short skirt. She had a pair of slender legs and a head of straight black hair. The woman had a good figure and was also very beautiful. Her delicate oval face looked as if it had been carefully sculpted. No matter how one looked at it, it was beautiful. Her facial features were just right. However, such a good-looking person was actually a very evil person. She was a vicious femme fatale. Shan Xiang could tell that the woman in front of him had an extremely bad character. She was the kind of person who couldn't be trusted and had to be very careful of. Shan Xiang had seen many such people. Previously, when he met many people from the All Heavens Palace, they all reminded him of this. The woman was Ku Yuming's evil sister. Her name was Ku Qiutong. If she smiled, she would definitely be a very gentle woman. However, her character didn't match her looks. Bitch, you actually brought a man in. And he's so ugly. When Ku Qiutong saw Shan Xiang, she scolded coldly. Since father isn't here, I'll teach you a lesson on his behalf. Bitch who deserves a beating. I'll smash your stinky face. As she spoke, she raised her arm and slapped Ku Yuming's round face. Shan Xiang quickly stepped in front of Ku Yuming and blocked the slap. Brother Shen, Ku Yuming cried out involuntarily. Sister, what are you doing? Father brought him here. That slap was very heavy. The left side of Shen Xiang's face, which was the part of his face that was blackened by him, was cracked and swollen. Bitch, are you lying again? At your age, you already know how to steal a man. You're really a little slut. Ku Qiutong scolded him harshly. She laughed evilly and said, Before father comes back, I'm going to teach you a good lesson, lest he goes soft on you. After saying that, Ku Qiutong was about to hit Ku Yuming. Stop, Shan Xiang shouted. Isn't it enough for you to slap me? Shan Xiang, who was knocked to the ground just now, secretly took out the recording crystal pearl and hung it in front of his chest. He began to record what happened after he was slapped. How Ku Qiutong scolded Ku Yuming was recorded by Shan Xiang's recording crystal pearl. You ugly monster. You're quite protective of this bitch. No wonder she brought you here. Ku Qiutong looked coldly at Shan Xiang and said, It seems that you're not satisfied with being slapped. It was Senior Ku who brought me here. He also asked Sister Yuming to bring me to this building. He asked her to help me tidy it up and let me stay here for a while. Shan Xiang covered his face and shouted, You didn't ask clearly what happened. As soon as you came in, you indiscriminately hit people and even scolded your sister. How much do you hate her? Sister? How can this bitch be my sister? I've never seen her as a person. She's just a dog. Ku Qiutong sneered. So what if I hit her? What? I was the one who beat her up. If I hadn't hit her so many times, her face would be even uglier. Don't say any more. Ku Yuming cried. Her strength is definitely not as good as Ku Qiutong. If this evil sister wants to hit her again, then Shan Xiang will block in front of her again. Bitch, how dare you speak to me so loudly? Ku Qiutong angrily shouted, took out a long whip and lashed it towards Ku Yuming's face. Shan Xiang immediately reached out and grabbed it. Ku Yuming stood there blankly. She did not dare to resist this evil sister. You pair of bitches. See how I'll teach you a lesson today. Ku Qiutong's Tao origin, sacred power suddenly increased. Shan Xiang quickly pulled Ku Yuming and jumped into a house. He just found out that this building is called Baolu. He used his divine sense to investigate it and found that it is indeed not simple. Chapter 4135. Ku Yuanfei was an elder and held a high position in the great Kuan sect. He definitely had a lot of things to do and was busy cultivating. He definitely did not care about his children's matters. In addition, his children usually performed very well and could be considered very outstanding, so he did not pay much attention to them. But now, Ku Yuanfei realized that his children might be different from what he had imagined. Especially now he had never heard his daughter, Ku Qiutong, say such unpleasant words? Father, when did you come? Ku Chiotong was frightened because her father's expression was very cold. She had never been treated with such an expression by her father before. This also made her realize that the youth in the room who was beaten by her was extremely important. This is troublesome. I've caused trouble. She hated Ku Yuming even more in her heart. What's going on? Ku Yuanfei shouted in a deep voice. Who were you scolding just now? Why are you scolding me like that? Senior Ku, don't be angry. This is all a misunderstanding. Shen Xiang hurriedly opened the door and pulled the crying Ku Yuming out. Ku Chiotong was startled. She never expected that the ugly youth in front of her would speak up for her. She felt somewhat grateful in her heart. However, what she did not know was that this was done on purpose by Shen Xiang. When Ku Yuanfei saw that Shen Xiang's left cheek was black and swollen, he was stunned. He had promised his martial uncle, Mother Tian, that he would take good care of Shen Xiang. However, not long after he brought Shen Xiang back, he suffered such a serious injury. The one who did it was his daughter. Who hit you? Ku Yuanfei hurriedly rushed forward and took out a bottle of ointment. Uncle, I'll do it myself. It's just a small injury, it's fine. Shen Xiang hurriedly took it and did not let Ku Yuanfei help him apply it. He wanted his face to be injured so that he would look more miserable. Furthermore, by calling Ku Yuanfei uncle, he would be able to close the distance. Father, it's all my fault. Ku Yuming cried. She truly felt sorry for Shen Xiang because Shen Xiang was the one who took the slap for her. Ku Yuanfei was furious as he turned his head to glare at Ku Chiotong. Explain yourself. When Ku Yuanfei spoke, he almost spat out flames from his mouth. Father, Ku Chiotong couldn't say anything because she couldn't explain it at all. After all, it was all her fault. Yaman, you say it. Ku Yuanfei's tone was much softer, but it still sounded very fierce to Ku Yuming. She had never seen such a fierce father before. I don't dare to say it. Ku Yuming glanced at Ku Chiotong, then lowered her head and whispered, Uncle, don't be angry. This is all a misunderstanding. Shen Xiang smiled and said, This big sister is Uncle's eldest daughter, right? Brother Shen, tell me what's going on. Ku Yuanfei took a deep breath and nodded. When he saw Shen Xiang smiling, he felt a lot more at ease. It's like this. This big sister misunderstood that I was Yuming's lover. She thought that Yaman was very cheap at such a young age and seduced men into this treasure house to do despicable things. Big sister carried the misunderstanding and rushed in to hit Yaman. This matter was caused by me, so I naturally had to take the slap for Yaman. Shen Xiang patiently explained. In short, it was more or less like this. When Shen Xiang said this, Ku Yuanfei became even angrier. He immediately looked at Ku Chiotong. His furious look made him want to kill his beautiful daughter with one slap. 0-inch Ku Chiotong, answer me yes or no. Ku Yuanfei stared at Ku Chiotong and asked angrily. Ku Chiotong bit her lips and nodded with tears in her eyes. Bastard! Ku Yuanfei flew into a rage and rushed over to slap Ku Chiotong to the ground. Chapter 4136. Shen Xiang was so protective of Ku Yuming just now and even secretly plotted against Ku Chiotong. As an elder of the great Kuan sect, how could Ku Yuanfei not see through it? Ku Yuanfei was very grateful to Shen Xiang for what he had done just now. In fact, he had long noticed that there were some conflicts between his children, but because they had never erupted, he did not ask. Ku Yuanfei originally thought that it was normal for children to have conflicts and that they should be left to resolve them themselves. However, he did not expect that this was not as simple as a conflict, but a one-sided bullying. Uncle, there is another brother who is bullying Yuming. Shen Xiang said, This brother and sister will not let Yuming off. They will come to find trouble with Yuming again. Leave it to me. I will warn them. Ku Yuanfei nodded and said, As long as I give the word, they won't dare to act rashly. Uncle, Do you know that within the Great Kuan sect, there is a division of groups based on appearance? When Shen Xiang saw Ku Yuanfei's puzzled expression, he told Ku Yuanfei about how Ku Yaming was classified as inferior. When Ku Yuanfei heard this, he was only a little surprised. This is the first time I've heard of this, but I don't find it strange. Ku Yuanfei said this is all because of the sect master and a few elders. They might even be the ones behind it. Why would there be such a strange thing? Shen Xiang did not expect that the sect master was behind this. What they mean is that if a person with bad looks and talent is ostracized, they will work even harder to become stronger. If a person with good looks but no talent enters a certain circle, they will be more confident and will be able to cultivate even harder. Ku Yuanfei shook his head. He also felt that this was ridiculous. Uncle, I think it's better for me to be with Yaming. That's why my face is like this. Shen Xiang pointed at his face and said with a smile, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't care. Isn't this done by Ku Qiutong? Ku Yuanfei had seen a black mark on the left side of Shen Xiang's injured face. He thought that it was done by Ku Qiutong. No, I did it myself. Shen Xiang shrugged. I didn't want to be so flamboyant. Ku Yuanfei shook his head and smiled. Shen Xiang was indeed very handsome, but he was able to let it go, which meant that he really didn't care about his looks. I was supposed to take good care of you, but now you're taking care of Yu Meng for me. Ku Yuanfei suddenly felt a little guilty. Brother Shen, I've been too busy recently. I may not have taken good care of you. Please forgive me. It's all right. I'm very safe in the Great Kuan sect. Shen Xiang said, If there's anything I don't understand, I can ask Yaming. She promised to teach me. That's good, that's good. Ku Yuanfei sighed. There have been too many unexpected things happening in the sacred domain recently, causing us to be in a terrible fix. Uncle, did something big happen in the sacred region? Shen Xiang was not aware of the situation in the sacred region. There were so many forces in the sacred domain that had entered the world-defying world, but none of them had returned. This would definitely cause quite a stir. There are a lot of things. Didn't a large group of people enter that 10 days hell a while ago? I'm afraid they won't be able to return. Ku Yuanfei said, It's because they can't return that the various powers in the sacred domain are snatching people from each other. There were quite a few people sent to the world-defying world, and now that they couldn't return, the forces in the sacred domain would have fewer people. In order to increase their overall strength, they would definitely have to poach people from everywhere. In that case, the original balance between the various powers in the sacred domain will be broken. Shen Xiang also knew what Ku Yuanfei had been busy with recently. It was to prevent him from being poached. Indeed, because our Great Kuan sect did not send anyone, we currently have an advantage. If our Great Kuan sect were to participate in the ranking of the sects, our current ranking would be even higher than before. Ku Yuanfei said, The sacred domain should be in chaos right now, right? Shen Xiang did not know what the 6 clans of Life Spirit would do next. Therefore, he planned to try to contact Guaning and see if he could get anything out of her. It's very chaotic. Some of the medium-sized powers, in order to make up for their lack of manpower, are fighting and annexing everywhere. Big eat, medium eat, small eat, or merge with each other to fight against those big powers. Ku Yuanfei said, Our Great Kuan sect also has quite a few forces under our banner. They are all paying tribute to us, so we have to protect them. Logically speaking, the Kuan race behind the Great Kuan sect should be very powerful. But from the looks of it, they seem to be harassed by other forces as well. This meant that in the sacred domain, the forces under the 6 clans of Life Spirit would also fight with each other. While Shen Xiang and Ku Yuanfei were talking, Ku Yaming ran over and took out many delicious dishes from the storage magic treasure, placing them on the table one by one. Chapter 41:37. Shen Xiang originally thought that Guaning had encountered a critical situation, so he urgently needed his help. He never thought that he would actually ask for a pill. The Kuan clan that Guanyin belonged to was a group of bald people. She had said before that this was a characteristic of the Kuan clan. At birth, they would undergo a special ceremony to lose their hair, causing them to be bald for the rest of their lives. She even said that it was to cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, Xin Xiang felt that things were not that simple. This was because the Kuan clan still had all kinds of desires. For example, they displayed greed. What do you want that pill for? It's very difficult to refine. Xin Xiang said, back then, in order to refine it for you, I spent a lot of effort and suffered a huge loss. Shan Xiang had not given the pill a name yet, and refining it was not difficult for him at all. The reason why he said it was difficult was so that he could get a good price later. Because, I don't know how to tell you. Can I not tell you the exact reason? Guanying's gentle voice sounded. It could be seen that she really wanted to obtain that pill. Xin Xiang was just curious. It didn't matter if he didn't know the reason, as long as there was a good price. Can you go to the sacred domain? Shen Xiang asked. I am willing to sell the pill to you, but you have to help me with something. Of course I can go. What do you need my help with? I can't help you kill people. I can't kill people in the sacred domain. Guanying said. Let's talk about it when we meet. Shen Xiang said. I won't let you kill anyone. In short, I won't let you do anything bad. Right, let's talk about the price first. What price do you want? How do you want to trade? Guanying asked. Do you have any heavenly jewels? Shen Xiang asked. He had originally wanted to ask about the energy crystals from the divine realm, which was something similar to heavenly jewels. However, after thinking about it, he was only in the sacred domain right now. The heavenly jewels were nurtured by the sacred domain, so it was most suitable for him to use them in the sacred domain. Not at the moment, but I can go and collect them. Guanying asked, Elder Shin, how much is your pill? Name a price first. Of course, Xin Xiang wouldn't quote a price himself, because Guanying was a naive and sweet girl. She might quote a shocking price. If Shan Xiang quoted a price too early, and it was far below Guanying's expectations, he would definitely suffer a loss. Therefore, he had to test Guanying's price first, and then increase the price according to the situation. Xin Xiang was an old profiteer. He had a lot of experience in this kind of transaction. He would definitely not suffer a loss. Guanying didn't answer immediately. Obviously, she hadn't thought of a price yet. Grandpa Shen, please wait, Guanying said. Sure, there's no need to rush. Xin Xiang nodded. He now knew that Guanying wanted to discuss with someone. It was very likely that they were looking for her elders in the Kuan race. The elders of the Kuan race were in urgent need of a hair-growing pill. Shen Xiang was rather surprised. Previously, he had thought that Guanying, who had long hair, might be regarded as a freak when she returned. Who would have thought that there would be people in the Kuan race who wished to have hair? After thinking about it, Xin Xiang was shocked. He suddenly felt that the Kuan race might have been cursed by some kind of taboo, causing their entire race to be born bald. Of course, they wanted to have hair, but they couldn't tell their clansmen the truth, so they made up a lie. They said that those who had the bloodline of the Kuan race would undergo a special ceremony when they were born. They would remove all their hair and cut off their 7 emotions and 6 desires. The Kuan race's bald head was very strange. It was bound to the soul, so the pill that Xin Xiang refined was also targeted at the soul. Guanying had tried eating the pill before, and it was heavy. It was born in her own body, but it still grew hair. Chapter 40:138. Shen Xiang did not expect this Guanying to be so innocent. If this kind of naive girl went out to mingle, who knows how many vicious people would beat her up? Guanying, don't look at me as a strong person. I am an honest and principled person. I am an alchemist. I will never use the pills I refine to do despicable things. Shen Xiang said that he almost believed it. Elder Shin, you are indeed a powerful alchemist. With your sincerity in alchemy, you were able to create the hair growth pill. Guan Ying admired Xinxiang even more. The hair growth pill doesn't last long, so we have to renegotiate the price. How about this? How about you tell me how many you need, and I will give you a buyout price? Xinxiang said, I need 3,000 pills. Guan Ying replied directly. When Xinxiang heard this, he roughly knew that these 3,000 pills were for the Kuan clan. There should be a lot of Kuan clan members, so the 3,000 pills were for the core members. Perhaps they would give them to the clansmen as a reward, and then trick them to make them work harder. Xinxiang was very familiar with this kind of trick. 3,000 pills. How about this? You give me 30 billion heaven beads, and I will refine 3,000 hair growth pills for you. How about it? Xinxiang said, 30 billion? Guan Ying's tone seemed to be full of surprise. Obviously, she felt that it was too cheap. This is a very large amount. It will not be easy for you to gather it. Xinxiang said, moreover, the hair growth pill only lasts for about 3 or 4 years. I am not sure about the specific time. I only know the approximate time. Elder Xin, please wait a moment. Guan Ying wanted to discuss with the elders. Xinxiang had asked Sister Xiao Jing before. The divine mirror of 6 paths flew at a very high speed, and it required about 200 million heaven beads a day. There were a lot of heaven beads in the sacred realm, and they could be reproduced, but they took a long time to form. The sacred realm was very big, and in the sacred realm, one could find heaven bead mines on many huge stars. Therefore, there were many heavenly jewels in the Saint region, and they had a wide range of uses. They could be used to operate formations, or as fertilizer for planting medicinal herbs. To the Kuan race, 30 billion was only a small number. Not long after, Guan Ying's voice came over and said, Xingong, when did you come to the sacred region? I can give you 10 billion heaven beads to make an advance order. How long will it take for you to concoct 3,000 hair-growing pills? I'll be able to go to the sanctuary very soon. As for the time to concoct the hair growth pill, it won't take too long, about a month. Xinxiang said, 3,000 pills in a month? Did you refine all of them yourself? Guan Ying was a little surprised because, in her opinion, this kind of pill should be very difficult to refine. Of course not. My soul is very strong. I can use my soul to control multiple pill furnaces at the same time. I have a storage magic treasure with a large number of pill furnaces inside. I can directly refine them inside the storage magic treasure. Xinxiang explained. It's just that it requires a lot of energy. There's such a technique. Xingong's alchemy skills are really eye-opening. Guan Ying was very shocked and sighed. Although Xinxiang didn't have many pill furnaces, he could really do it. Moreover, he also had this idea before, but he didn't have that many good pill furnaces. When he was in the world-defying world, because of the limited materials and manpower, he couldn't find that many pill furnaces. Zero Lumenger and the others could refine pills, but with their strength, it would take a long time to refine the pill furnaces he needed, let alone more. Therefore, after he came to the sacred region, he wanted to get a few more heaven beads, and directly by the pill furnaces he needed. Guan Ying, I'll contact you again later. I know someone in the sacred region. Someone will receive me when the time comes. Xinxiang said, I'll contact you again when I reach the sacred region. Guan Ying knew that Xinxiang was very powerful, so it was not surprising that he knew someone in the sacred region. Xinxiang was not afraid of Guan Ying because he still had the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul. After coming to the sacred region, the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul's strength had also been released to a certain extent. Ku Yumving diligently tidied up the entire treasure building, then found a room for herself. She was going to start cultivating. She really hoped that she could quickly step into the great sage realm, so that she wouldn't be afraid of being secretly bullied by her brothers and sisters. Xinxiang didn't know much about the cultivation of the sacred region, so he couldn't guide Ku Yuming in terms of cultivation. Instead, he wanted Ku Yuming to guide him. However, with his comprehension ability, after giving him some time and understanding it clearly, Not only would he be able to advance by leaps and bounds, he would also be able to refine pills that could raise his cultivation. Chapter 40, 139. Guan Ying was already on her way to the Saint Xian planet in the northern Yuan starfield. Xinxiang was also going to start improving the hair growth pill. He could concoct a pill that could sustain hair growth for a long time, but he didn't want to do so. He wanted to control the Kuan race for a long time to maximize the benefits. Xinxiang concocted the pill in his room and then released the Demon Shadow's divine soul. Demon Shadow, can you fly in the sacred realm? Xinxiang asked. The Demon Shadow was a very special kind of spirit body. He was not a human in nature. His power mainly came from his soul, but the power in his soul was also limited by the environment. Yes, the Demon Shadow's divine soul tried to float in the air. Xinxiang can also see the Demon Shadow divine soul like a human figure and can fly around in the air. Do you need a lot of energy to fly? Xinxiang asked again. He needed the help of the Demon Shadow's divine soul. Not much. The Demon Shadow's divine soul replied. When he met with Guan Ying, he would be more assured with the Demon Shadow's divine soul by his side. It was not that he didn't trust Guan Ying, but he didn't trust the Kuan race behind her. Guan Ying was too naive. The Kuan race would not let her carry out such an important transaction alone. Although she told the Kuan race that she would do it herself, the elders in the Kuan race would most likely send someone to follow her secretly. They wanted to know the source of the hair growth pill. When the time came, the Demon Shadow's divine soul would be able to see if anyone was following Guan Ying. Xinxiang started improving the hair growth pill. He still had a lot of ingredients. The main ingredient was the soul, and then he added a few special medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were planted in the divine mirror of 6 paths. After busying himself for more than 10 hours, Xinxiang managed to refine 10 improved version of the hair growth dan. The most difficult part of this hair growth pill was to add a type of soul goo that could control the soul. Xinxiang had never played with this kind of thing before. This was also the strange soul goo that he learned from injecting other people's souls into his flames. It was to inject a kind of undetectable soul energy into the pill. After other people ate it, this kind of soul energy would hide in the depths of the soul and grow by itself. When necessary, Xinxiang could awaken this kind of soul goo to destroy other people's souls and achieve the effect of control. Xinxiang asked the demonic shadow divine soul to help him check and see if he could find anything. The demonic shadow divine soul could not detect anything strange about the soul goo. Xinxiang was able to package the soul goo very well and integrate it into the hair growth pill. This way, it would not be detected. In addition, the soul goo was not a poison. It would not act up immediately, and it would not cause immediate harm to the soul. Soul goo also needed to grow for a period of time. This was indeed very difficult to detect. After Xinxiang was done with this, he contacted Guan Ying. Grandpa Xin, I arrived at the Saint Profound Star 2 hours ago. I've been waiting for your news. Guan Ying said, Where are you? Is it near the Great Kuan sect? Xinxiang asked. The Great Kuan sect is relatively close to the Tsanglan Sea of the Saint Profound Star. There is a Tsanglan Sea city on the Tsanglan Sea coast. I'll wait for you there. Guan Ying said, Grandpa Xin, don't worry. I've been very careful along the way. No one will follow me. Xinxiang did not know where the Tsanglan Sea city was. Furthermore, he was by himself. However, he could ask Kuyameng. All right, I'll go to the Tsanglan Sea city to find you as soon as possible. Please wait patiently. After Xinxiang finished speaking, he walked out of the room. It was already night time, and Kuyameng was resting in her room. She was not cultivating right now. Yameng, I have something to talk to you about. Xinxiang knocked on the door. Brother Xin, what's the matter? Kuyameng immediately opened the door. Chapter 4140. Xinxiang was also in a hurry to see Guan Ying, because she had a lot of heaven beads in her hands, and he was more in need of heaven beads right now. He let the demonic shadow divine soul go out and wander around as a sentry. When Guaning arrived, he could see if anyone was following her. It was broad daylight now. Unless one was invisible, as long as there was someone nearby, the demonic shadow divine soul would be able to see them. Even if he was invisible, Shen Xiang could still sense the soul fluctuations through the 6 realms mirrors. Therefore, if the demonic shadow divine soul did not notice that someone was following Guaning, then Shen Xiang would have to use the 6 realms mirrors to investigate. Shen Xiang waited for more than 2 hours before Guaning contacted him. Elder Shen, I have already left the north gate and arrived outside the city. Where are you waiting for me? Guaning asked. Continue walking. After you leave the city gate, you will see a red flag. Shen Xiang took out a flag and inserted it into the ground. Then he took out a chair and sat on it, patiently waiting for Guaning to come over. With Guan Ying's eyesight, he would definitely be able to see it from afar. Shen Xiang only waited for a short while before he saw Guan Ying riding a beautiful white horse galloping over. He took a closer look and found that the horse was not simple. It had a pair of short dragon horns, and its 4 legs were like those of a dragon. Its eyes were like those of a dragon. This should be an excellent mount for running on the ground. When Guaning saw Shen Xiang, he sped up and went over. Shen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and probed for a bit. He sensed that there were 2 people in the distance who did not move and maintain their distance from Guaning. At this time, the demonic shadow divine soul also discovered the 2 souls and immediately flew over to stare at them. Just call me young Master Shen. Shen Xiang also took out a chair for Guaning to sit on. After Guaning had a head of long hair, she did not tie it up and draped it over her shoulders. Coupled with her beautiful oval face, she was also quite charming. It's not convenient to talk here. Guaning released a small building from the storage magic treasure and said, Young Master Shen, let's talk inside. Shen Xiang nodded, then followed Guaning in. Even at this moment, he maintained a high level of vigilance. Guaning, are you sure no one is following you? Shen Xiang asked. I'm sure. Guaning nodded with certainty. Shen Xiang had already sensed that there were 2 souls nearby using the 6 realms mirrors, so he sent the demon shadow divine soul to keep an eye on them. Although the devil shadow divine soul did not return, he had already sent a message back to Shen Xiang, saying that the 2 people were sneaking around and that they were 2 bald men. Here are 10 hair growth pills, Shen Xiang said. Take a look and see if there are any problems. Guaning just took it and looked at it. How could she tell that there was a problem? However, she was sure that it had the same fragrance as the one she had eaten before. No problem. I will take it back as soon as possible. Guaning said, Oh, right. I remember that when you left the world-defying stage, you brought a subordinate with you, right? Shen Xiang asked. After he went back, he didn't talk nonsense, right? He has already signed a soul blood contract with me, so he won't talk nonsense. Guaning kept the bottle of pills. That I will start refining 3,000 hair growth pills, which requires a lot of resources. I don't have that many heavenly jewels on hand. Shen Xiang said. Young Master Shen, please rest assured. These 10 billion heavenly jewels should be enough, right? This is predetermined. Guaning took out a storage ring and handed it to Shen Xiang and said, When you have refined 3,000 hair growth pills, I will give you the remaining 20 billion heavenly jewels. All right. Shen Xiang took it and looked at it. It was about the number. I will go back now and take these 10 hair growth pills back. Then I will come back to you, Guaning said. I want to guarantee young Master Shen's safety during the refining process. Thank you. I can guarantee my own safety, Shen Xiang quickly said. He felt that Guaning wanted to monitor him to prevent him from running away. Guaning was now fully in charge of this matter. She was also under a lot of pressure. Now, she only hoped that Shen Xiang would keep his promise. 10 billion heavenly jewels was nothing to the entire Kuan race, but Guaning really needed to handle this matter well. This way, The Kuan race would give her more power, and she would be able to do more things in the future. Guaning, I have something to ask you. Shen Xiang hesitated for a moment, but still decided to ask about the heavenly jewels and the soul race. Chapter 41:41. Shen Xiang was in need of helpers. If he could get the two bald men to work for him, it would be great. Although the demonic ape dragon was very capable, their identities were too scary, and they could easily poison people to death. Therefore, it was not convenient for them to work for Shen Xiang outside. However, the bald men from the Kuan race were different. They were quite powerful, and the Kuan race behind them was very powerful. Therefore, it was much easier for them to do things. Shen Xiang thought that these bald heads who followed Guaning might stare at Guaning all the way and follow Guaning back. Now, it seemed that the elders of the Kuan race sent them here to find the creator of the heaven growth pill. As for their purpose, Shen Xiang did not know yet. Shen Xiang walked slowly. He did not go to the Sanglan Sea City. Instead, he walked casually on the empty ground. Young Master Shen, they are here, the demonic shadow reminded him again. Their souls are very strong. You must be careful. After all, the Kuan race was one of the 6 races in the life-spirit realm. Their souls were very strong. Even the demonic shadow was a little scared now. The 2 bald men who came over were middle-aged. It meant that they were probably older than Guaning. Therefore, it was normal that Guaning did not notice them. They were wearing white robes and looked quite easygoing. But when Shen Xiang looked at them with his heart and eyes, he saw that their character was very bad and not trustworthy. What can I do for you? Shen Xiang asked. He was not wearing a mask now, but there was a big black spot on the left side of his face. Guaning saw the black spot on his face before. She just felt strange and did not ask. After all, she had seen Shen Xiang's handsome face before. However, when the 2 bald men saw Shen Xiang's black spot, they felt that he was very ugly. Gradually, they became less easygoing. The Kuan race also judged people by their appearance. Shen Xiang was not surprised. After all, he knew that the 2 bald men did not come with good intentions. You are the one who made the heaven growth pill, a bald, middle-aged man asked in a strong tone. You look like you've just stepped into the absolute saint stage. How can you make the hair growth pill? Is this your clone? Another bald, middle-aged man asked. You were sent by Guaning. Shen Xiang pretended to ask. No, we are here to monitor her. Is she lying to us? The bald, middle-aged man asked. How much do you know about Guaning? What did Guaning tell you? You better answer truthfully, or we will make you suffer for the rest of your life. The other middle-aged man threatened. Shen Xiang had to hand it to these 2 idiots. He suddenly felt that the people of the Kuan race were not that stupid. Guaning is only looking for me to buy pills. I don't know much about her. Shen Xiang said, Who are you to Guaning? Why are you all bald? Are you the one who refined the hair growth pill? Refine 1 pill for each of us immediately. A middle-aged man grabbed Shen Xiang's collar and said arrogantly, What are you doing? I have already promised to sell it to Guaning. Why do you still want it from me? Shen Xiang said angrily, You want to refine the hair growth pill in front of us? Tell us the whole process of refining the hair growth pill. Otherwise, we will make you suffer. The middle-aged man said angrily, Our strength is beyond your imagination. You better cooperate with us. I didn't expect that in a place like the Sacred Realm, there would be someone who could create the hair growth pill. Otherwise, we would be too lazy to come to such a lowly place. The other middle-aged man looked around. I will cooperate with you. Shen Xiang pretended. He said fearfully, Brothers, I will refine it for you right now. Shen Xiang knew that this would happen. The elders of the Kuan race probably didn't want to buy the hair growth pill from him, so they sent people to follow Guaning to snatch the pill recipe. After that, Shen Xiang seriously refined a cauldron of hair growth pill. Moreover, it was a modified version. In other words, he added his secret soul goo. Shen Xiang now wanted to test if the soul goo could be detected by the Kuan race. The two Kuan race people in front of him should be relatively strong. If they couldn't detect it, then the soul goo would be a success. This must be a complete soul to eat. Two big brothers, you're not a part of the soul? Shen Xiang asked. Chapter 41-42. The two middle-aged men of the Kuan race were in a very good mood after they had long hair. However, this also made them want to learn how to refine the hair growth pill even more. When they saw how obedient Shen Xiang was, they thought that Shen Xiang had completely surrendered to them. Therefore, they no longer had their guard up. When Shen Xiang said that he wanted to rest for 3 days, they agreed to let Shen Xiang rest. However, they did not allow Shen Xiang to run around. So they let Shen Xiang rest in place and sit down to recover outside the wilderness. Shen Xiang was not worried at all. He was very sure that these two men would not attack him because they both wanted to learn how to refine the hair growth pill. If someone attacked him now, they would be able to block the enemy with their strength. Shen Xiang was relieved and patiently waited for the soul goo to mature. The soul goo was refined by adding Shen Xiang's soul. As long as Shen Xiang released his divine sense and felt the soul goo, he would be able to awaken it. Shen Xiang took out a very comfortable chair and sat on it in a daze for 3 days. Have you rested enough? One of the middle-aged men shouted. If you have rested enough, hurry up and teach us how to refine the hair growth pill. Shen Xiang was sitting leisurely on the comfortable chair, looking very much like a master. No, you have to become my slave first. The other middle-aged man said, only then can we be sure that you are sincere in teaching us how to refine pills. Do you know how to refine pills? Shen Xiang asked. These two men did not look like alchemists at all. Nonsense. Of course we don't know how to refine pills. The middle-aged man said coldly, you have to teach us from scratch. Shen Xiang rolled his eyes. He suddenly felt that the people of the Kuan race were all stupid, and that Guanyin was not much different from them. Hurry up and become our slave. Give us your soul and sign a master-servant contract, the middle-aged man urged. His tone became very cold. Two big brothers, I have a good news and a bad news to tell you. Shen Xiang said with a smile. Which one do you listen to first? What are you talking about? Hurry up and tell me the good news. The middle-aged man was annoyed by Shen Xiang. He took out a sword and pointed it at Shen Xiang. The good news is that the hair growth pills have completely merged with your souls. Even if your physical bodies are destroyed, you can still grow hair when you are reborn. Shen Xiang said, this is what I have determined after 3 days of observation. They had tried to cut off their hair before, but as long as they absorbed energy, they would be able to grow it back very quickly. What's the bad news? The middle-aged man asked. The bad news is, after Shen Xiang finished speaking, he immediately awakened the soul goo. After the soul goo awoke, under Shen Xiang's control, it began to stab the souls of these two fools. That's the bad news. I added something to your hair growth pills. You can follow my control and then stab your soul. Shen Xiang happily said with a smile. Two big brothers, you are really stupid. The two Kuan clan middle-aged men were holding their heads and rolling on the ground. The pain that came from the depths of their souls was unbearable. Despicable bastard. The middle-aged man screamed in pain and cursed. Who's despicable? You were the ones who were despicable to me first. Shen Xiang sat in a chair, crossed his legs, ate the fruit, and said with a smile, Two big brothers, you said before that you wanted me to live a life worse than death. The so-called feeling of living a life worse than death, is it like you now? The two middle-aged men were furious, but they couldn't attack Shen Xiang at all. The soul goo that was implanted in their souls was very deep, and they couldn't pull it out in a short time. They didn't even know what it was. They finally realized that, since it was possible to create the hair growth pills, it would be too easy for them to do anything to their souls. The person who created this pill would give them 3,000 hair growth pills, and even the elders of the Kuan clan would eat it. The consequences would be unimaginable. Who was this person? Could it be that Guaning was already under his control? Don't you dare harm the Kuan clan. Despicable bastard. Are you trying to control us through this method? We won't let you get away with it. Just you wait. Chapter 41-43. The demon shadow divine soul could fly quickly, so Xinxiang asked him to help find Kuyameng. This way, he could find out where Kuyameng was faster. Xinxiang did not wait long in the treasure house before the demon shadow divine soul flew back. Young Master Xin, Yameng is kneeling in front of a prison. After the demon shadow divine soul returned, he immediately told Xinxiang what he had discovered. Xinxiang was relieved to know that Kuyameng was fine. Her father must have been captured and locked in prison. She must have gone to plead for mercy. Xinxiang guessed something. Why was Ku Yuanfei suddenly locked in prison? He was an elder. Xinxiang could not understand, so he could only find Kuyameng first. With the demon shadow divine soul leading the way, Xinxiang left the villa and quickly walked towards the prison. Along the way, many people were looking at him because he had a large black spot on his face that was extremely conspicuous. However, even though he had a black spot on his face, one could still tell from the outline of his face that he was originally very handsome. Furthermore, his facial features were all good-looking. With the addition of the black spot, it made him look very contradictory. He had a very good-looking face, but there was a black spot on it, which made people feel very regretful. Xinxiang did not care at all. He only wanted to see Kuyameng as soon as possible. Inside the Great Kuan sect, there was suddenly an additional person, like Xinxiang. Everyone was very curious, because someone like him should be very famous. Xinxiang did not know if he could continue staying in the Great Kuan sect. After all, something had happened to Ku Yuanfei, and his identity badge was given to him by Ku Yuanfei. If he pursued the matter, he might even be implicated. However, he still had a token in his hand. It was given to him by Guan Ying to go to the ancestral Kuan manor to find the ancestral Kuan grandma. Xinxiang planned to bring Ku Yameng to find the ancestral Kuan grandma after seeing her. He was also very curious about the ancestral Kuan grandma. The title of ancestral Kuan was something that only the ancestor of the Kuan clan should be called. However, Guaning did not care about it at all. It was as if Guaning had given her this title. In the western region of the Great Kuan sect, there was a very barren area. There were many huge black stone buildings built there. This was the Great Kuan sect's prison. It was used to imprison people. Ku Yameng was kneeling outside a stone building, crying her heart out. Yameng. When Xinxiang saw her, he quickly rushed over and helped her up. Brother Xin, my father has been arrested. I can't save him, I'm so useless. Ku Yameng threw herself into Xinxiang's arms and cried. Someone framed him for stealing the Kuan sect's secret manual. Father will be locked up for 300 years. There weren't many people here, mainly because it was gloomy and filled with hostility, so most of the time no one would come close. Ku Yameng dared to come here alone. It was already very courageous, because who knew what kind of people would come out of these prisons? Don't cry, Yameng. Let's go back first, and then think of a way. With Brother Xin here, your father will be fine. Xinxiang wiped away Ku Yameng's tears and said softly, You have to be strong. You can't cry when something happens. You have to be brave and strong. Otherwise, those who bully you will laugh at you. And Ku Yameng felt that Xinxiang was her only support now. She was also worried that Xinxiang would leave her. Because her father had been captured, she had no one to rely on. Thus, she was afraid that Xinxiang would despise her for being powerless. Let's go. Xinxiang pulled Ku Yameng and left the prison area. Then he walked on a deserted path and asked in a low voice, Yameng, do you know where the ancestral Kuan villa is? Xinxiang planned to have Ku Yameng bring him directly to the ancestral Kuan villa. As long as he could find ancestral Kuin, everything would be easy. Ah, that's a forbidden area. We can't go there. We can't even get close. We'll be beheaded. Ku Yameng was shocked. Yameng, do you believe in Brother Shin? Shan Xiang said in a low voice, if you believe that Brother Shin can save your father, then bring me there. I have something very important to do. Ku Yameng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and pulled Shin Xiang through several small paths. Along the way, she was very careful and avoided many people. After walking for an hour in the great Kuin sect, she finally arrived in front of a villa. After arriving here, Shin Xiang was shocked. Chapter 41-44. Two big brothers, we came here to find Grandmother Kuin. Shin Xiang hurriedly said, we are all disciples of the great Kuin sect. We are all on the same side. The two guards knew that those who could enter the ancestral Kuin villa were mostly disciples of the great Kuin sect. Otherwise, they would have killed them long ago. How did you get in? One of the guards asked solemnly. I have a token in my hand. Shan Xiang took out the token that Guanyin gave him, but he did not hand it over to the guard. The devil's shadow divine soul had always been by Shin Xiang's side, so Shin Xiang was very calm. Even if he did not use the poison, the devil's shadow divine soul would be able to kill the two guards. When the two guards saw the token in Shin Xiang's hand, they moved their swords away. Shen Xiang and Ku Yameng also saw that in this beautiful valley, there were several very classical and elegant small buildings. There were not many people living here. At this moment, a woman wearing yellow dress rode a deer over from afar. This woman was extremely beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were like a painting. However, she gave off a very cold and arrogant feeling. In her eyes, it was as if nothing in the world was worthy of her. When she approached, the more she looked at people, the more she felt that her eyes were filled with arrogance and contempt. And her beauty made Ku Yameng unable to raise her head. This woman was the most beautiful she had ever seen, far more beautiful than her evil sister, Kachotong, especially the temperament on her body. It was not something that Kachotong had. However, in Shin Xiang's eyes, she was only an ordinary woman. She was far from being as beautiful and cute as a kind-hearted girl like Ku Yameng. Shan Xiang used his soul talent, clear heart eyes, to look at this woman and realize that she was also a person with an extremely bad character. Greetings, senior sister. When the two young and handsome guards saw the woman coming over, they respectfully knelt down on both knees. At the same time, they kowtowed and shouted in unison. Shin Xiang felt very surprised. It was just a senior sister. Was there a need to be so respectful? Even if she saw her master, there was no need to kneel down like this, right? Only those who thought themselves to be supreme would ask others to show him such respect. There was no change in expression on the woman's cold and beautiful face. Her pair of eyes that were filled with arrogance only lightly swept over the two kneeling youths. The contempt and disdain in the corners of her eyes was not concealed at all. She really looked down on these two gatekeepers. Who are you? The woman looked at Shan Xiang and Ku Yameng and saw that the two people in front of her were hard to look at. She frowned and snorted. Where did this ugly person come from? Actually has a token. The woman in front of him was very beautiful, but she gave Shin Xiang an extremely uncomfortable feeling. He wanted to find Grandmother Kuin, so he temporarily endured it. The token was given to me by a sister, surnamed Guan. She told me to come to Grandmother Kuin. Shin Xiang replied, I'm asking, who are you? Don't you understand human language? The woman's tone was very unpleasant. Also, why didn't you salute when you saw me? Who are you? Why should I salute you? Shin Xiang asked with a look of discomfort. Do you really not know that I'm Fuyuya, or are you pretending not to know? The woman seemed to be very angry. Shan Xiang only felt that it was strange. How did such a person with such a personality become spoiled? When she heard that the woman in front of her was called Fuyuya, Ku Yameng's body trembled. Her expression became extremely fearful. Just as she was about to kneel down, Shen Xiang pulled her back. "We are here to find Grandmother Kuan, not to kneel down to you." Shen Xiang naturally had a temper, especially when others made him kneel down. When he knelt down, "Master is no longer in the villa. I am now in charge of the ancestral Kuan villa. No matter who you are in the great Kuan sect and the ancestral Kuan villa. You have to abide by the rules. You have to salute when you see me." Fu Yiya's eyes suddenly became very cold. "Since she is not here, let's go." After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he pulled Ku Yameng and turned to leave. Fu Yiya was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She took a step forward and wanted to attack. However, when she saw the token in Shen Xiang's hand, she dismissed the idea. It was clear that she had some misgivings about the token. "Stop. How did you get the token? Do you think a person like you is worthy of this token? If you don't explain yourself, don't even think about leaving." Fu Yiya shouted coldly. "All right then, I'll stand here. Kill me if you have the guts. I want to see how the person who gave me this token will deal with you when the time comes." Shen Xiang smiled coldly. "Since you know about this token, you must know who gave it to me, right?" Fu Yiya did not know much. She only knew that even her master, Grandmother Kuan, was extremely respectful to that person. Chapter 40, 145. However, Ku Yameng now had some resentment towards the great Kuan sect. Her father had been wrongly imprisoned, and there were many people in power in the great Kuan sect. They were all very despicable and had bad character. For example, that senior sister Fu Yiya was a very loathsome and arrogant person. Shen Xiang did not find Granny Kuan this time. He did not know if Fu Yiya was lying, but he did not place all his hopes on Granny Kuan. After all, he was not familiar with this patriarch of the great Kuan sect. Although it was Guaning who recommended him to find Granny Kuan, Guaning was not here and Shen Xiang's strength was limited. Fu Yiya of the ancestral Kuan manor was very powerful, so he could not barge in and mess around. "Yameng, what's going on with the great Kuan sect? Your father is an elder, so why did they imprison him so carelessly? Is the great Kuan sect really sure that your father stole an important secret manual?" Shen Xiang was very confused about this, and felt that there was something fishy about this. It's the punishment elder who handled it. Punishment elder is Ku Chiotong's mother. Ku Yameng was even more upset. She lowered her head and said, "Ku Chiotong and her brother were chased out of father's manor. Punishment elder is taking revenge on father." Ku Yuanfei was an elder, and now he was imprisoned for such a serious crime. Even if he was released in the future, his reputation would be completely ruined. That punishment elder was really a ruthless person. They even dared to do something to your father, so they will definitely do something to you. Yameng, don't run around during this period of time. You must follow Brother Shen closely, okay? Shen Xiang suddenly grabbed Ku Yameng's hand tightly. They had not done anything to Ku Yameng yet, probably because they had not arranged all kinds of evidence. "Brother Shen, why is the great Kuan sect so unfair? I am clearly very outstanding, but because of my inferior looks, I am ostracized. My father is clearly loyal to the great Kuan sect and has contributed so much over the years, but he was framed and imprisoned." Ku Yameng became more upset as she spoke. This was because she had very deep feelings for the great Kuan sect since she was young. Now, she gradually came into contact with the sinister hearts of the people in the great Kuan sect. It was as if everything she respected and believed in had been shattered. Yameng, where there are people, there are all kinds of scheming. You're usually too weak and don't know how to resist. Now that you've resisted, you've come into contact with these dark things. Shen Xiang was not surprised by this kind of thing. He had lived for so many years and had mingled with so many big and small sections. Unless the person in power used their high prestige and various methods to rectify the atmosphere and maintain it, the upper echelons of a sect would not be so sinister. There were such sects and forces, and they were usually very powerful, but they were very rare. Brother Shin, what should we do next? Ku Yaming suddenly blamed herself and said, It's all my fault for implicating Brother Shin. Brother Shin, why don't you just leave the great Kuan sect? If you continue to stay here, it will be very dangerous. She suddenly remembered that Shan Xiang had just offended Fu Yuya, and Fu Yuya was that kind of person. It was impossible for her not to take revenge on Shin Xiang. It's fine, I'll continue to stay here. Shin Xiang had many ways. If he really couldn't do it, he would hide and wait for Guaning to come over. Guaning was the true founder of the Great Kuan sect. However, not many people in the Great Kuan sect knew about it. After all, she had been hiding behind the scenes. Shen Xiang still had one more move, which was that he had a large number of heavenly jewels, a total of 20 billion. Even in the Great Kuan sect, it was a fortune that could not be underestimated. Sometimes wealth was power. On the way back, Shin Xiang and Ku Yameng were still worried about being ambushed, so they let the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul roam. It echoed around them. With the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul patrolling, it was very difficult for those assassins to get close to Shin Xiang. Furthermore, Shen Xiang's own divine sense was also very strong. Shen Xiang and Ku Yameng returned the way they came, far away from the mysterious ancestral Kuan villa. When they passed by a large villa, the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul suddenly flew back. Young Master Shin, I've been discovered. This is very abnormal. In the sacred region, no matter how strong they are, it would be very difficult for them to discover me. The Devil's Shadow Divine Soul said, Even the two people from the Kuan race couldn't find the divine soul of the demon shadow, let alone the saint realm. Shin Xiang pulled Ku Yameng and continued walking. At the same time, he secretly conversed with the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul. Did the person who discovered you follow you out? Shin Xiang asked. No, although I was discovered, I was not tracked. The Devil's Shadow Divine Soul said, It's not easy to have such a person in the sacred region. Shen Xiang stopped and looked at the large villa within the fence. The environment inside was very good. There were scattered single courtyard houses. The person who discovered the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul was in this large villa. Yameng, what is this place? Shin Xiang asked. He believed that the people in the villa should not be too strong. Chapter 41-46. Although Shan Xiang only guessed that the old granny was ancestral Grandma Kuan, he felt that the possibility was extremely high. He remembered that Guan Ying had said that Guan Ying had accidentally saved ancestral Grandma Kuan, who was still a little girl, and then raised her to become her right-hand woman in the sanctuary. To be able to be chosen and nurtured by Guan Ying, there must be something extraordinary about them. Ancestral Grandma Kuan had a soul endowment. Even if her soul was not particularly strong, due to the uniqueness of the soul endowment, she could sense the existence of the demon shadow divine soul. In the past, Shen Xiang did not know about the existence of the soul endowment. It was only after meeting the mother of Tian Clan that he found out about it. Mother of Tian Clan had said before that there were very few people with soul endowment, so she was very envious of Shin Xiang. Shin Xiang was also able to see the demon shadow divine soul back then. At that time, he thought that it was because his soul was too strong, but now it seemed that it was the soul endowment that allowed him to see the demon shadow divine soul. After bringing Shin Xiang here, the demon shadow divine soul hid in Shin Xiang's 6 realms mirrors. He was not used to being sensed by others, which made him feel very insecure. Yameng, do you know this old granny? Shin Xiang looked ahead and asked Ku Yameng, who was beside him, in a low voice. Ku Yameng could also see the old granny and the woman by the river from afar, but her attention was focused on the woman. This was because that beautiful young woman looked very similar to Fu Yuya, but upon closer inspection, there were many differences. I don't know her. However, the elder sister beside the old granny looks very much like Fu Yuya. Ku Yameng said very softly, afraid that others would see. Shanxiang thought that the old granny had already discovered them, but because disciples often came in from the guest villa, the old granny did not feel that anything was wrong. Right now, Shinxiang and Ku Yameng walked towards the old granny. Ku Yameng was suddenly nervous. She was afraid that she would provoke someone like Fu Yuya. Although the old granny's appearance was very ordinary, her temperament was very good. She looked very spirited, and there weren't many wrinkles on her face. She looked like she had a head full of white hair, but it could still be seen that she was once very beautiful. When the old lady saw Shinxiang and Ku Yamen coming over, she only smiled gently at them. Coupled with her elegant temperament, she gave people a very comfortable and approachable feeling. Ku Yamen also smiled sweetly at the old woman, as if she was returning the gesture. The old granny was by the river, carving on a tablet. She seemed to be carving runes, while the beautiful woman was looking at it very seriously. The woman also looked at Shinxiang and Ku Yameng. Unlike Fu Yuya, when looking at people, her eyes seemed to be standing on top of her head, full of arrogance and contempt. The woman looked like Fu Yuya, but when she looked at Shinxiang and Ku Yameng just now, she only glanced at them casually, as if she was looking at strangers. This caused Ku Yameng to relax a lot. However, she could also see that the old woman was the most powerful person here. Shinxiang and Ku Yameng walked over. The old granny turned her head and glanced at them, but only smiled. The woman slightly frowned, but didn't say anything. She just didn't like people coming close. The old granny was indeed carving runes on a stone tablet, and this stone tablet was used to form a tablet array. Tablet arrays were very common in the sacred domain. Sometimes a tablet could form a tablet array, and its power was very strong. This kind of tablet was also specially refined. It had a storage space to store energy sources or store various elements, such as water, fire, thunder, lightning, wind, and so on. It could be released according to the need. Shenxiang was not proficient in runes, but now his comprehension was very high. Moreover, among his women, there were many proficient in rune refining. Following them, even if he wasn't proficient, he still knew a little. Shenxiang released his divine sense and directly swept the runes on the stone tablet. The old granny also sensed it and looked at Shenxiang with surprise. "Little brother, are you also a guest elder?" the old granny asked. The woman beside the old granny was very puzzled. How could this ugly youth with big black spots on his face be a guest elder? The old granny asked this because she guessed based on Shinxiang's divine sense. The divine sense Shinxiang released just now wasn't strong, but it was extremely condensed. Most people couldn't sense it, but this old granny could. The old granny was very clear that people with this kind of divine sense were not ordinary people. "No." Shinxiang smiled and said, "Granny, are you a guest elder? How should I address you?" "I am Kuan Min, and I have been a guest elder here for more than 10 years. The old granny smiled and said, "Little brother, what do you think of my runes?" Chapter 147. Yuan, don't be rude. Kuan Min reprimanded sternly. In her eyes, Shenxiang was not simple, and it was very rude for Fu Yuan to speak to him in such a manner. "Granny, I can't stand watching him spout nonsense." Fu Yuan suddenly grabbed Kuan Min's arm and acted coquettishly. "I'm speaking up for you. Little brother, this girl was rude to you just now. I apologize on her behalf. Please forgive her and don't be calculative with her." Granny Kuan Min could only apologize. It was clear that she still doted on Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan was very unhappy. She puffed up her face and snorted softly. Ku Yameng did not dare to speak at the side because she was afraid of Fu Yuan. She knew that Fu Yuan was a very important disciple of the great Kuan sect. She had never heard of Fu Yuan, but she accidentally saw a purple gold jade pendant on Fu Yuan's waist. Fu Yi also had a similar purple gold jade pendant. Only very important disciples of the great Kuan sect could have purple gold jade pendants. These disciples would be nurtured as elders or sect masters in the future. Shen Xiang did not know about this. He did not even take Fu Yuya seriously, let alone Fu Yuanyuan. Granny, the runes you carved were messy and did not have any charm. That's why it's so bad. Shen Xiang explained why it was bad. What nonsense are you talking about? Fu Yuanyuan was even angrier. She respected Kuan Min very much. Hearing someone evaluate Kuan Min's rune skills in such a serious manner, and by youth at that, she was even angrier. Shen Xiang ignored her and continued, but that's normal. After all, these runes came from the divine realm. With your current skills, it's already not bad to be able to carve them out. Hearing Shen Xiang's words, Kuan Min nodded and then sighed. Fu Yuanyuan, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. Runes from the divine realm were naturally very complicated and profound. Granny Kuan Min's carving was indeed very bad. After all, it was beyond her realm. Fu Yuanyuan did not speak. She lowered her head in shame because she could not tell that it was a rune from the divine realm. Little brother, you're right. I'm biting off more than I can chew. Kuan Min admitted humbly. Granny, you are able to carve such a difficult rune. You are indeed very good. Fu Yuanyuan comforted. She didn't dare to look at Shen Xiang now. Oh, Yuanyuan, you followed me for so long. Can't you tell the difference between God domain runes and Saint domain runes? Kuan Min sighed and said, You have to work harder in the future. You've really disappointed me this time. Grandma, I'm too useless. I'll definitely study hard in the future. Fu Yuanyuan lowered her head again and almost cried. Actually, it's normal that she can't tell. Granny, the way you inscribe the runes, the way you think, and the entire structure have the smell of Saint Region runes. Granny, you still haven't jumped out of the inherent thinking of Saint Domain runes. Therefore, even if the runes you inscribe came from the God Domain, they would still be Saint Domain runes. If one didn't have any research on God Domain runes, they would naturally not be able to tell. Shen Xiang said. He wasn't helping Fu Yuanyuan but speaking the truth. This also pointed out the fatal problem of Kuan Min inscribing God Domain runes. Kuan Min was suddenly enlightened. She was stunned on the spot and carefully savored Shen Xiang's words. Fu Yuanyuan was very shocked. She naturally knew that Shen Xiang's words gave Kuan Min great enlightenment. So that's how it is. Thank you, little brother, for your guidance. Kuan Min came to a realization and hurriedly expressed her thanks. You're welcome. This is also just a superficial opinion of mine. Shen Xiang smiled and said, Granny, there's no problem for you to learn God Domain runes now. However, you have to change your thinking. If you still use Saint Domain runes, thinking to comprehend God Domain runes, then you will only comprehend Saint Domain runes. I understand. God Domain runes are a great breakthrough and far surpass Saint Domain runes. Naturally, I can't directly comprehend them as Saint Domain runes. Kuan Min nodded repeatedly. Kuan Min increasingly felt that Shen Xiang wasn't simple. She smiled and said, Little brother, were you the one who released your soul to float outside? She was talking about the devil shadow divine soul. However, she didn't know what it was, so she thought it was Shen Xiang's soul that was released. Did I disturb Granny? Shen Xiang smiled and said, No. Kuan Min asked, Little brother, are you also cultivating the Tao of artifact, refining runes? Chapter 41-48. When Kuan Min learned that Guaning is coming to Great Kuan Sect, she immediately became very happy. The smile on her face became even wider. Granny, do the elders of Great Kuan Sect know that you are hiding here as a guest elder? Shen Xiang asked. Of course they don't know. Only Yuanyuan and her father know. Her father is the sect master, so they will keep it a secret for me. Without my permission, they will not speak of it. Kuan Min said, Is Kuan Min your real name? Shen Xiang asked. It is my real name. Master gave it to me. However, not many people know that Ancestor Kuin's name is Kuin Min. The other elders of Great Kuin's sect only treat me as Ancestor Kuin's descendant. Kuin Min said with a smile, "Granny, are you too bored in Ancestor Kuin's manor? Is that why you came out to take a breather?" Shen Xiang said with a smile, "You can disguise yourself as a guest elder and mingle in Great Kuin's sect. You can learn a lot of interesting things about Great Kuin's sect." "Is that so? I've been here for more than 10 years and rarely come into contact with the outside world. I have never deeply understood the current situation of Great Kuin's sect. It should be about the same as before. Anyway, I have already abdicated. I will only appear when Great Kuin's sect encounters a great calamity." Kuin Min said, "After Great Kuin sect became a faction and stabilized, Kuin Min did not want to worry about so many things. She even ignored them. After all, she also needed to cultivate." "Granny, look at this black spot on my face." Shen Xiang pointed at his face and said, "I purposely put it on." "Oh, why? Do you think that you are too good-looking?" Kuin Min chuckled and said, "Little guy, you are quite interesting. In Great Kuin's sect, we are divided by appearance. Yameng and I, that cute little girl outside, are classified as lower class." Shin Xiang said, "What? There's such a thing." Kuin Min frowned and said, "Isn't this nonsense?" "I don't know either. I just came to Great Kuin sect not long ago." Shin Xiang said, "Granny, what do you think of Yuming's aptitude?" "That little girl? Her aptitude is pretty good. She should be about the same as Yuan Yuan." Kuin Min had indeed secretly checked Ku Yuming's aptitude earlier. "Her father is an elder, but because her appearance is not very beautiful, she is classified as inferior," Shin Xiang continued. "This is too reckless." Kuin Min was a little angry, but she sighed. "Let them be. Back then, I said that I wouldn't interfere with the Great Kuin sect's affairs. If anything happens, I'll punish them." Shen Xiang also understood Kuin Min's current thoughts. She didn't want to participate in the Great Kuin sect's matters anymore. After all, it wasn't easy for her to extricate herself from it. What she wanted now was to break through and enter the divine domain as soon as possible. "Granny, I want to ask you for a small favor." Shin Xiang said, "Yuming's father is an elder. He was framed and imprisoned. That's not a problem. I will let Yuan Yuan's father investigate." Kuin Min nodded. "If she was really framed, he will give her justice." "That's great. Thank you for your help, Granny." Shen Xiang hurriedly thanked her. Although Shen Xiang said this, he knew that Kuin Min would not directly appear, which meant that this matter was still very uncertain. Therefore, he still had to make preparations. After all, he had promised Ku Yuming that he would save Ku Yuanfei. Shin Xiang also felt a little depressed. Originally, it was the Tian clan's mother who had arranged for Ku Yuanfei to take care of him. But who would have thought that it would be him who had to take care of Ku Yuanfei and his daughter? Shin Xiang also needed to find a place to stay and cultivate. Then, when the women of Hundred Flowers World could enter the sacred domain, he would meet up with them and use his own strength to protect them. If they wanted to help the Heavenly Mother spirit race enter the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland and retrieve that so-called life soul, there would be some risks. Shin Xiang wanted to help them as much as possible. "Little brother, I still don't know your name." Kuin Min said, "My name is Shin Xiang." Shen Xiang also said very directly. He said his name. Kuin Min did not have much of a reaction. It could be seen that she had never heard of the name Shin Xiang before. "Little brother, you more or less know a little about the Divine Realm's runes, right?" Previously, Kuin Min had been greatly inspired by Shin Xiang's guidance, so she believed that Shin Xiang would definitely understand. "I know a little," Shin Xiang laughed. "Granny, did Sister Guan give you your runes?" Right. She gave me a book. There are many runes inside. There are also runes from the Divine Realm." Kuin Min nodded repeatedly, then took it out and handed it over to Xinxiang. Xinxiang took it and looked at it. In his opinion, it was very simple. "Granny, what do you not understand? I'll see if I can answer it for you." Xinxiang casually flipped through it, thinking that he could understand it. Chapter 41-49. Kuan Min started to guess Xinxiang's background. When she first met Guaning, she also thought that Guaning was very young and looked like an elder sister. Later on, she found out that Guaning was very powerful and could even maintain her youthful appearance. Therefore, she thought that Xinxiang was definitely not a young man. In addition, Xinxiang called Guaning elder sister, which meant that he was most likely someone from the same generation as Guaning. Putting aside the fact that Xinxiang could let Guaning come here, just the fact that Xinxiang had taught Kuan-min so much just now made her very grateful to Xinxiang. "Grandma, I will stay in the Great Kuan sect for a period of time. If you have anything you don't understand in terms of runes, you can find me anytime." Xinxiang took out a communication talisman to record Grandma Kuan-min's communication imprint. "Thank you so much, Master Shen." Kuan-min hurriedly smiled and asked Xinxiang to record her message talisman. He only needed one message talisman to record the special mark of someone else's message talisman. The next time he wanted to send a message, he just needed to retrieve that mark. "Oh, right, Granny. I'll leave the matter of Yuming's father to you." Xinxiang reminded her again. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Kuan-min promised to settle it this time, unlike before when she said that she would let someone else investigate. Xinxiang and Kuan-min walked out of the small building. Ku Yameng and Fu Yuanyuan were chatting happily. It was obvious that they were getting along very well. "Yuanyuan, you didn't bully this little girl, right?" Kuan-min asked. "Of course not. Yameng and I are good friends now." Fu Yuanyuan smiled and said, "Granny, young Master Shen, it seems like you have a good time discussing runes." "That's great." "Of course. Shen." "Young Master Shen, he has very high attainments in runes. I have benefited a lot from him." Kuan-min nodded with a smile. She did not dare to call Xinxiang Master Shen in front of others because he had told her to keep a low profile. "Miss Fu, we have to leave now. We will come again when we are free." Xinxiang said, "I often need to cultivate in seclusion. If I'm in seclusion for a long time, I hope Miss Fu can take care of Yameng." "Definitely." Fu Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly. She could also see that Xinxiang was highly valued by Kuan-min. This was not the kind of respect one would give to a junior like her, but a kind of respect. Fu Yuanyuan was shocked that Kuan-min, the founder of the Great Kuan sect, would actually respect an ugly youth. Because she had underestimated Xinxiang before, Fu Yuanyuan almost offended him, so she didn't dare to underestimate Xinxiang again. Xinxiang and Ku Yameng left the guest manor. Kuan-min had sent them off for a long time, which showed her attitude toward Xinxiang. Kuan-min and Fu Yuanyuan returned to their room. Fu Yuanyuan asked curiously, "Granny, is that young Master Shen really that amazing in the field of runes?" "Yuanyuan, I told you about Grandmaster Guan before. Do you still remember?" Kuan-min asked. Fu Yuanyuan and Fu Yuya both knew about Grandmaster Guaning. The strength of a Grandmaster from the God Realm was imaginable. What is the relationship between young Master Shen and Grandmaster Guan? Fu Yuanyuan had already realized that Xinxiang's background was very frightening. He called Grandmaster Guan sister, so their relationship is not small. Also, Grandmaster Guan will come here to look for him after some time. Because Grandmaster Guan is busy, she arranged for him to come to the Great Kuan sect and asked him to come find me with the token. Kuan-min said he should have been in the Great Kuan sect for some time. But why did he only come to find me now? Granny, he must have been to the Great Kuan Manor before. But you weren't there. Fu Yuya is there now. I guess Fu Yuya must have chased him away. Only young Master Shin is magnanimous and didn't complain to you. Fu Yuanyuan couldn't help but snort when she mentioned Fu Yuya. She snorted, as if she didn't like this woman. Yuan, you can't say that about your sister. Although Yuya has a bad temper, she wouldn't chase away someone with the Grand Master's token. Kuan-min said. She is my sister, so I understand her. Fu Yuan lightly curled her lips and said, She is a very vicious woman. She even hates me, her sister, not to mention others. Kuan-min shook her head and didn't want to argue about this matter. She asked, What did you talk about with Yu Meng? Nothing much. She is a disciple with good qualifications. Her father is Elder Ku Yuanfei, but he was in prison not long ago. She said that her father was framed. Granny, help her. Fu Yuan said, I will. Kuan-min nodded. Young Master Shin also told me about this before. Granny, were the black spots on young Master Shin's face deliberately put on? Fu Yuan smiled and said, His face shape is still very good. Besides, he is Grand Master Guan's brother. How could he have those black spots? Even if he had them, they could be easily removed. Maybe. Kuan-min shook her head and smiled. She said, Yuan, go back to the great Kuan Manor and get some sacred fruits to give to young Master Shin. If you are not embarrassed, you can ask him about the problem of runes. Chapter 4150. Being scolded by Ku Chiodong like this, Kuyameng felt extremely wronged, especially since Xinxiang was also implicated, causing her to feel even more sad. Brother Shin, she must be here to take the house. After my father is imprisoned, this villa will be taken back. Kuyameng sighed softly. Yameng, bear with it for now. That woman will definitely be punished. Xinxiang was also very annoyed with Kuchiodong, but now that he was in the Great Kuan sect, it was not convenient for him to make a move. Furthermore, he did not plan to secretly teach Kuchiodong a lesson that would be letting her off too easily. For a woman like Kuchiodong, making a fool of herself in public was the most ruthless and destructive thing to do to her. Xinxiang had yet to think of a good idea, so he could only wait for a good opportunity. Then what should we do now? Should we go out? Kuyameng did not want to leave the villa. She had grown up in this villa and had feelings for it. Furthermore, she had to wait for Ku Yuanfei to be released from prison. Let's ignore her for now. Xinxiang said, Let's see what method she plans to use to chase us away. This villa had a barrier, so it would not be easy to barge in. With Xinxiang by his side, Kuyameng was not that lonely and had also become much bolder. Now that Xinxiang was by her side and that Xinxiang knew Ancestor Kuan, she felt a lot more at ease. Brother Shin, if they really forcefully take away the house, let's go to an inn. I still have some heavenly jewels here, enough for us to stay for a while. Kuyameng had already thought of a way out. If we really can't stay here, we have too many places to go. Xinxiang laughed. For example, the guest villa. Kuyameng's eyes lit up. There was a grandmother Kuan there, but she thought about how the grandmother Kuan was living a secluded life, so she definitely did not want to be disturbed. Will we disturb her? I don't think that's good. Kuyameng said, It will indeed disturb her. Actually, I don't want to be with this old granny either, so let's go to an inn. Stay at the best inn or restaurant. Xinxiang said with a smile. Then, he and Kuyameng headed to the treasure house. Elder brother Shin, that's very expensive. I don't have that many heavenly jewels. Kuyameng said somewhat embarrassedly. Although my father is an elder, he usually doesn't give me many heavenly jewels. I do. Xinxiang laughed and said, I have many heavenly jewels. Kuyameng did not know how many heavenly jewels Xinxiang had, but she assumed that Xinxiang was only slightly older than her, and even if he had heavenly jewels, it would not be that many. Just as Xinxiang and Kuyameng were on their way to the treasure house, the manor suddenly trembled, and the enchantment closed. Not good. The barrier has been closed. It should be the punishment elder who sent people to take away the villa. Kuyameng quickly grasped Xinxiang's hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Let's go out and have a look. Xinxiang took Kuyameng and walked towards the gate of the villa. Then he released the devil's shadow divine soul. If they really fought, the devil's shadow divine soul would help. Outside the villa, the beautiful Kucheodong was wearing luxurious red clothes. She looked noble and arrogant. Her eyes were filled with viciousness as she stared at Ku Yameng. Ku Yuanfei violated the rules of the great Kuan sect and was sent to prison. He was stripped of his position as an elder, and his villa will be taken back. This is all Ku Yuanfei's own matter and has nothing to do with his children. Ku Yameng, you are also a disciple of the great Kuan sect and will not be punished. However, you can no longer stay in this villa. In the future, you will have to rely on yourself to solve the problem of food and lodging. You can no longer enjoy the treatment of an elder's children. The person who spoke was an old man. It could be seen that he had some authority. However, he was not an elder. It should be the punishment elder who sent him. Little bitch, did you hear that? Without this villa, let's see how you can cultivate in the future. Ku Chiotong mocked. Take your ugly husband and scram to a cheap inn. Outside the villa, there were many people watching. Because Ku Chiotong's mother was the punishment elder, many people wanted to curry favor with Ku Chiotong. Furthermore, Ku Yameng no longer had anyone to rely on, so everyone naturally looked down on her. At this moment, there were many disciples of the great Kuan sect mocking and ridiculing her. He's so young, but he actually has a golden house. She can only find such an ugly guy. I wonder if this guy is a disciple of our great Kuan sect. Chapter 4151. Fu Yuanyuan's arrival made Martial Uncle Li extremely cautious. Although he was called Martial Uncle, he was only at the great sage intermediate stage at his age. It could be said that his aptitude was very poor. Otherwise, he would also be sent to do this kind of chores. As for the purple gold jade token disciples, they could reach the great sage intermediate stage at a young age, which meant that they had great potential. The most surprising thing was that this purple gold jade token disciple actually knew Ku Yameng, and the others. Ku Yameng had an inferior appearance. Even if her father was an elder, it was impossible for him to know a beauty with a purple gold jade token. In the great Kuan sect, it was very serious to divide a group by appearance, especially among the young people. It could be said that it was deeply ingrained. Ku Yameng was also considered very outstanding among her peers, but she was still ostracized by the good-looking disciples. Sister Yuanyuan. When Ku Yameng saw Fu Yuanyuan, it was as if she had seen her savior. What happened? Fu Yuanyuan looked around and saw many people watching. She frowned slightly. Fu Yuanyuan had been hidden since she was young. The people who knew of her existence were the elders, the sect masters, and her relatives. In addition, she followed Kuan Min, and Kuan Min had always kept a low profile and hid in the guest villa. Therefore, this purple gold jade token disciple was unfamiliar with most people. They want to drive Brother Shin out. Ku Yameng whispered, Sister Yuanyuan, you have to help Brother Shin. Fu Yuanyuan was a little angry when she heard this. If it weren't for Kuan Min wanting to keep a low profile, the people who wanted to drive Shin Xiang out of the great Kuan sect would be punished. However, she couldn't use Kuan Min's name in a high-profile manner now, so things were a little difficult for her. Miss Fu, I want to become a disciple of the great Kuan sect. This requires a purple gold jade token disciple's recommendation. Can you recommend me? Asked Shin Xiang. Of course. This is for you. Just take it to register. Fu Yuanyuan quickly took off the purple gold jade token from her waist and threw it to Shin Xiang. She gave it to him so directly. What kind of relationship is this that she gave the purple gold jade token to others? So simply. Ku Chiodong was also stunned. She was very clear about the importance of the purple gold jade token. To be able to give out the purple gold jade token like this, it meant that their relationship was very good. Sister Yuanyuan, they want to take away this villa. We can only go to the inn now. If you want to find us in the future, just go to the inn, Ku Yameng whispered. You can come. Fu Yuan wanted to invite Xinxiang to the guest villa, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Xinxiang. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Fu, but we won't trouble you. We won't disturb you." Xinxiang smiled and said, "We'll just stay in an inn." Now that he had the purple gold jade token, as long as he completed the registration and passed the test, he would be able to become a Great Kuin sect disciple and continue to stay in the Great Kuin sect. This was completely in line with the Great Kuin sect's rules. No one could take him away. All right then. Fu Yuan nodded. She also realized that if she invited Xinxiang to the guest villa, it might expose Kuin Min's existence. Her ancestral grandmother Kuin is now in a missing state in the Great Kuin sect. Even her disciple Fuya could not find her. "Let's go. I'll bring you to find a good inn or even a hotel." Fu Yuan said, "I'll pay for it." "There's no need for that. I have my own." Xinxiang declined with a smile. Fu Yuan did not say anything. She knew that Xinxiang's identity was not simple, and he definitely did not lack heavenly jewels. She nodded her head lightly. At this moment, the sound of a horse neighing could be heard. Someone is riding a fast horse over. Everyone immediately opened up a path. Seeing the person on the horse, Fu Yuan, Xinxiang, and Keqiudong felt an indescribable sense of disgust in their hearts. The person who came is none other than Fuya. She is wearing a noble purple dress and riding a white horse. When she approached, she gently leaped up and then floated down to the ground. Her posture is extremely beautiful, coupled with her gorgeous face. Many of the young male disciples present are stunned. Everyone knew Fuya. She was a very famous senior sister. Furthermore, she was the chief disciple of the purple gold jade token. Her strength was unfathomable. "Greetings, great senior sister." Seeing Fuya, Keqiudong was overjoyed and immediately knelt down on one knee to greet her. Chapter 4152. Keqiudong was extremely smug at this moment because she didn't need to do anything. Ku Yameng and Xinxiang would be finished. She didn't need to do anything to offend Fuya. Just the many bootlickers chasing after her were enough to make Xinxiang and Ku Yameng unable to survive in the Great Kuin sect. Fu Yuan also realized that this matter was very serious and felt that it was necessary to ask Kuin Min for help. Otherwise, Xinxiang and Ku Yameng would really have to leave the Great Kuin sect and their lives would be in danger. "Let's go." Fu Yuan led Ku Yameng and Xinxiang away and walked towards the bustling streets of the Great Kuin sect to find a place to stay. Along the way, there were many people looking at them. They were all pointing at them, as if they thought that they were done for. "Sister Yuan, will the hotels and inns not accept us?" Ku Yameng asked worriedly. "Some hotels won't accept us, but some are not afraid at all." Fu Yuan said, "Those who do business in the Great Kuin sect are not afraid of the Great Kuin sect." Fu Yuan had a good understanding of the Great Kuin sect's business. However, she brought Xinxiang and Ku Yameng to several small and medium-sized inns and hotels, but they were all rejected. These small and medium-sized inns and hotels could not afford to offend Fuya. Fu Yuan did not expect this result. "We can only go to the expensive ones. Those places are really too expensive. Even I might not be able to afford it." Fu Yuan said in a low voice, "Why don't we go find Granny?" "No need. I don't want to trouble her." Xinxiang waved his hand and said with a smile, "If we trouble her with everything, our days will be too comfortable." "That's true." Fu Yuan did not say anything else. She admired Xinxiang's courage. He was not afraid of Fuya at all. However, when she thought of how Xinxiang called Grandmaster Guaning his sister, she knew that he was definitely not afraid of anything with this mysterious identity. Fu Yuan could only bring Xinxiang and Ku Yameng to the best hotels and inns. They first came to a Heavenly Fortune restaurant. The moment they entered, some of the guards were very vigilant. because the black spots on Shen Xiang's face were too obvious, and the person he had offended was Fu Yuya. After entering, a middle-aged shopkeeper came over. He didn't give Shen Xiang and the others any face. What a lowly appearance. Hurry up and scram. How unlucky. The shopkeeper's attitude was extremely vile, making Fu Yuanyuan very angry, but she couldn't do anything. After all, behind the Heavenly Fortune restaurant was a great power. If she offended them, then only Kuan Min could help her settle it. She didn't want to cause trouble. She didn't want to trouble Kuan Min. If you don't want to accept it, then don't accept it. Is there a need to be like this? Fu Yuanyuan said angrily, "Humph. This kind of thing will only bring bad luck to our Heavenly Fortune restaurant. Who doesn't know that our Heavenly Fortune restaurant values luck the most?" The middle-aged shopkeeper sneered. In the entire Great Kuan Sect streets, there are no inns or hotels that accept them. If they offend Fu Yuya, they won't be able to survive in the Great Kuan Sect. Fu Yuanyuan naturally didn't think so. Then she went to the dragon's arrival inn next door. It was equally luxurious. Furthermore, it was an inn with a dragon as its theme. There were dragon carvings and dragon totems everywhere. After Fu Yuanyuan brought Shen Xiang in, she naturally attracted the attention of many people. The inn's shopkeeper was a fat, middle-aged man who looked very gentle. He walked over with a smile and said, "It should be these two young friends who want to stay in the inn, right? You won't not accept us, right?" Shan Xiang took the initiative to ask. This was because he had carefully observed this shopkeeper and found that he was a good person. Previously, the innkeeper of the Heavenly Fortune restaurant was a person with a bad character, so he didn't want to speak at all. "Of course we accept, but our dragon's arrival inn's fees are very high. I'm afraid that these two young friends won't be able to afford it. Furthermore, you will be staying here for a long time." The fat shopkeeper still had a smile on his face. "How much per night?" Fu Yuanyuan asked. She had a residence in the Great Kuan Sect, so she had never known about it. The residences in the Great Kuan Sect streets were mainly for distinguished guests or wealthy merchants who came to the Great Kuan Sect to do business. There was a teleportation array in the Great Kuan Sect that led to Kanglin Sea City. In addition, the Great Kuan Sect was a very powerful sect that cooperated with many factions. They were even the backing of many large factions and ancient families. Therefore, this street would often have many people from the subordinate factions coming, making it very lively. Normally, people who came to the Great Kuan Sect would only stay for a few days. If they wanted to stay for a long time, the price was indeed very expensive. 2 rooms and 1 living room, 30,000 a day. If you want to stay for a long time, we can give you a discount, 20,000 a day. The fat shopkeeper said with a smile. Both of you, this is already a very low price. The Heavenly Fortune restaurant next door is much worse than us in all aspects. They start at 35,000. Chapter 4153. It wasn't that the two shopkeepers had never seen someone with such wealth before, but they had never seen someone with such a low cultivation level. Furthermore, he was so young. Even those young masters from large factions wouldn't squander in such a way. With so many heavenly jewels, most of the rich second generation would choose to exchange them for cultivation resources. This was because in a family or sect, if one's cultivation level couldn't keep up, it meant that they would be eliminated. Enjoying too much glory and wealth would cause one's cultivation level to drop, and they would be marginalized. If they were sent out to carry out missions, it would be easy for there to be casualties if their cultivation level was low. As such, most of the rich young masters wouldn't waste their heavenly jewels like this. If they had heavenly jewels, they would buy pills, equipment, or even save them to buy more expensive pills and equipment. 2 million heavenly jewels to stay in an inn for 10 days. Only those with high cultivation and wealth would spend so much, and it was very little. The crowd didn't know much about Shen Xiang, the black-spotted youth. They only knew that he was brought back by Ku Yuanfei, entered the Great Kuan Sect as Ku Yuanfei's guest, and had a good relationship with Ku Yaming. Furthermore, he knew Fu Yuanyuan, a disciple of the purple gold jade token who rarely showed herself. The disciples of the Great Kuan sect only recently found out that Fu Yuanyuan was Fu Yuya's younger sister. For Shen Xiang to have a good relationship with Fu Yuanyuan and not be afraid of Fu Yuya, it meant that he had some status. However, although Shen Xiang looked like a youth, his cultivation level was a little low. From his aura, it seemed that he had just stepped into the saint realm. Ku Yameng, who looked younger than Shen Xiang, was at the peak of the late saint realm. According to common sense, with Shen Xiang's age and cultivation level, he was basically marginalized in his family. It was impossible for him to have so many heavenly jewels. This is my identity token. Shen Xiang handed his identity token to the fat shopkeeper and smiled. Can you arrange for me to stay now? Young Master Shen, this way please. The fat shopkeeper was overjoyed. He bowed slightly and led the way humbly. The shopkeeper of the Tianyan restaurant next door was very upset. They had lost a big customer. In fact, these shopkeepers were just employees. They were not the real bosses. 2 million heaven beads was a huge sum in their eyes. In short, they did not dare to spend it like that. And judging from Shen Xiang's words, he would not only stay for 10 days. Everyone knew that he had already obtained Fu Yuanyuan's purple gold jade token and was preparing to register as a disciple. That meant that he would have to stay at the Dragon's Arrival Inn for a long period of time. If he continued to stay there, he would have to spend a large sum of money every month. Fu Yuanyuan and Ku Yameng were in disbelief. They had seriously underestimated Shen Xiang's financial resources. This was especially true for Fu Yuanyuan. Previously, she had thought that Shen Xiang was just a child of an aristocratic family like her, but at most he was just a little richer than her. She didn't expect that Shen Xiang's financial resources were far beyond her imagination. Shen Xiang had 20 billion heaven beads in his hands, and with his ability to refine pills, if he were to sell the pills he refined, the heaven beads would be like a gust of wind to him, casually picking them up. The first thing he wanted to do when he came to the sacred region was to get a large number of heavenly jewels. And he really got it. Young Master Shen, the environment and facilities of our Dragon's Arrival Inn far surpass the Tianyun restaurant next door. The reason why our business is not good is mainly because there is a bullshit fortune teller who said that our feng shui is not good. The fat shopkeeper brought Shen Xiang and the others into a luxuriously decorated small hall. This small hall was filled with gold and jade, engraved with dragon totems and dragon reliefs. After entering, Shen Xiang knew that this was a teleportation room that could directly teleport him to the upper floor. If it's just that your feng shui is not good, it shouldn't cause your business to be bad, right? There must have been something else that happened that made people think that your feng shui is not good. Shen Xiang said, Right, it was them who did it. The fat shopkeeper scolded angrily. Behind the Tianyan restaurant is the heavenless divine palace. We can't afford to offend them, so we can only grit our teeth and endure. Oh, behind them is the heavenless divine palace? Shen Xiang was a little surprised the heavenless divine palace was actually doing business. Shopkeeper, what bad thing happened to the Dragon's Arrival and that would make people think that the feng shui is not good? Ku Yameng asked softly. If we stay here, will anything happen? The fat shopkeeper had already activated the transmission array. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the highest floor. Chapter 4154. Shen Xiang planned to help the Dragon's Arrival Inn. If this inn dared to go against the Destiny Restaurant, it meant that they had some strength. Behind the Destiny Restaurant was the heavenless divine palace. The Dragon's Arrival Inn clearly knew that they had such a huge backer, yet they still dared to provoke them. Furthermore, they did not submit, so they definitely had some confidence. Shen Xiang would still be staying in the Great Kuan sect for a period of time in the future, and would also be staying in the Dragon's Arrival Inn for a long time. Yameng, Miss Fu, I'm going to look at the dead. You guys don't have to go. Stay here and wait for me. Shen Xiang said. If the fat shopkeeper said that the death was very miserable then it was definitely very miserable. If girls like Ku Yameng and Fu Yuanyuan were to look at it, they would more or less feel uncomfortable. All right. Fu Yuanyuan nodded. Yu Meng and I will wait for you here. The fat shopkeeper brought Shen Xiang and entered the teleportation room on this floor. The teleportation room here could only be opened by Shen Xiang using a special order badge, because he was already the owner of this floor. They arrived at the lower level of the Dragon's Arrival Inn and entered a very cold stone room. After entering the stone room, the surroundings lit up with a strong light, illuminating the entire stone room. In the middle of the stone room, there was an ice bed that was emitting cold air. On top of it, there was a pool of black stuff that looked like mud, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't, because it looked a little like a person. Young Master Shin, this is the waiter who mysteriously died. The reason why the fat shopkeeper brought Shin Xiang here was because Shin Xiang was an esteemed guest. If an esteemed guest wanted to understand the situation of the Dragon's Arrival Inn, he would be very cooperative. It could also be seen that the fat shopkeeper's attitude was very sincere. Shen Xiang walked over and observed carefully. He thought that he had been poisoned, but when he went over to take a look, he immediately confirmed that it was not poison. Young Master Shin, if you are worried, we will accept your checkout and return all the heavenly jewels. The fat shopkeeper said again. The attitude of the Dragon's Arrival Inn in doing business was not bad. Shen Xiang had already carefully looked at this fat shopkeeper before and knew that he was a good person. I won't check out, Shin Xiang said as he looked at the corpse on the ice bed. He even took out a sword and poked at the frozen corpse. He wanted to figure out what was going on. Brother Fatty, are all the victims of the Dragon's Arrival Inn like this? Shin Xiang asked. It's almost the same. The fat shopkeeper nodded and said, We spent a lot of money to hire many powerful seniors to examine the corpse, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. Do they have any other speculations? Shin Xiang asked. He had not seen anything yet. No. The fat shopkeeper shook his head. Even the great Kuan sect master and the various elders have come, but they can't see anything. Oh, Shen Xiang frowned, and then let the demon shadow divine soul out. After Mo Ying's divine soul came out, he also carefully observed, but he did not know the cause of death. This is not poison, the fat shopkeeper said with certainty. The corpse has become like a lump of mud. The bones in his body are broken, and his muscles are swollen. There is no sign of any other energy invading his body. The soul was instantly extracted. The method of extracting the soul is very clever. The more Shen Xiang looked, the stranger he felt. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like an expert had used a very strange method to secretly kill him. The cause of death is that the soul was suddenly extracted. After that, the body was instantly injected with a large amount of water. Also, the person who did it, after extracting the soul, controlled the energy in the deceased's body and cleverly crushed the deceased's bones. Young Master Shin, you mean to say that he was assassinated? It's just that the method is very clever and doesn't leave any traces? Hearing Shin Xiang's analysis, the fat shopkeeper was somewhat surprised. This is my guess. The killer went invisible. Every once in a while, the killer would sneak into your lobby and look for a target to attack. Shen Xiang said, This killer's cultivation is not low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many people of different cultivation levels. There is such a killer. The fat shopkeeper frowned. To hire such a killer, it must be expensive, right? Why would they spend so much money to mess with our Dragon's Arrival Inn? Maybe it's not to ruin your business. It's also possible that they have been planning for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to kill an important person staying at the Dragon's Arrival Inn. This way, no one will suspect that they are assassinating this important person. Shin Xiang spread his hands and said, Think about it. When will an important person stay at your Dragon's Arrival Inn? So many people have died at the Dragon's Arrival Inn, and an important person still dares to stay. It must be one of us. The fat shopkeeper thought carefully and suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. "Who is it?" Shin Xiang was somewhat curious and asked, "If it's not convenient to tell, then forget it. I'm just curious." "The azure water, holy sun," the fat shopkeeper said seriously. "Behind my dragon's arrival is the Azure Water Dragon sect, and the Azure Water Dragon sect is in charge of the entire Azure Water Sea City."